it's awkward for me because I was ready for like a classroom setting, but now we have the lights and the sound, and I have to wear this, and instead of only dealing with this, I'm dealing with those slides. So just bear with me. And if anybody's watching the recording, same to you. Bear with us. We're just gonna we're kind of winging it. Okay. So Father, I thank you for everyone who's here, Lord. I trust that whoever's here can just learn something, Father. I ask that your Holy Spirit would guide us, Father, through these next 2 weeks, or 2 lessons, actually. In your precious name I pray, Lord Jesus. So this is what I was going to call the class. You've decided to be a good steward. Now what? And again, I'm going to continue apologizing. I don't know if online you can see this. But actually, Marina, you can. Those slides should be the same as these. So just go to this slide. Yeah, right. So it was. You've decided to be a good steward. Now what? And the idea originally, several years ago, when we first did this at Cross Life, the idea was we've been hearing in churches for forever, depending on how long you're a Christian, that we need to be good stewards of our money, and they convince you, and we tithe, and we know that we're supposed to be good stewards of our money. But then you go home and nobody teaches you how to be a good steward. So I figured we'd put this together to do like some spiritual lessons, but at the same time, just some secular lessons. And secular doesn't mean it's bad. Secular knowledge is good. Knowledge in general is good. So just a silly example, learning how to do live stream and work on computer and all that's not a spiritual thing. It's just secular knowledge that we have, that we use to live in this day and age. So secular knowledge is good. So I'm going to try to give you the secular knowledge you need to retire comfortably. That does not mean you're going to be a multi-millionaire. And I know some of you are already retired or close to it, and others are just starting their lives. So again, I'm gonna be apologetic and say, bear with me, because this is reaching all audiences. This class was a lot easier when I taught it to J.P. Ilaraz's church, because it was a bunch of people under 30. So it was like the same message for them. Now I have to give it for 60-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 30-year-olds, etc. So it's a little more complicated. Go to the next slide, Marina. Okay, so Proverbs 24:27. There are a lot of quotes from Proverbs, and I think Proverbs is like the most practical book in the Bible. Not that many deep spiritual lessons and all that, but just really, really good advice on life. And this is one. Prepare your work outside. Get everything ready for yourself in the field. And after that, build your house. I just wanted to throw this in there because this is what we're doing now. This is just giving practical advice to say, get things ready first. And there are many verses that have the same concept, like in the New Testament. I don't remember where, but it says, who's going to build a house first without considering the costs and all that? Otherwise, they'll start building it and they'll run out of money, and everyone will say, look, this person didn't plan well. So in short, this is just saying, plan well. If you don't plan, if you don't plan well, you're going to have a tough time in retirement. I mean, you'll be okay, and you know God takes care of us. God takes care of the birds of the field, and He takes care of us too. But all that means is that God is going to do His part, but you're not doing your part. So this is just saying, look, guys, this is God helps us with some things, and then He expects us to do others, to do other things. And this is about, you know, those things that God expects us to do. And planning is one. So that's what you're all doing here. You're planning for your future. So this was the original. Oh, sorry. Go to next slide, Marino. I'm not even sure that I need this, but again, we just have, since we're experimenting here, I just have this is my backup plan. If that doesn't work, I'll do this. If this doesn't work, we have that. So this was the original agenda. What we've added to this is a couple of breaks and lunch. And let me just explain that for a second. This used to be a 10-week course. Every class was about an hour, maybe a little longer with questions and stuff at the end. But that's a long commitment for people to make, especially those of you who work on Saturdays. So we figured this was actually Joseph's idea. He says, why don't you just, I'm sorry, I was going to just do one day, but then he said, you know, that's a lot of information for just one day. Let's do 2 days. So I said, okay, we'll break it up into two Saturdays. So it's today and next Saturday, and that's it. Get it all out of the way. Now, I hope that you all understand, you're not going to become master investors with a 2-day course. That's silly. There are people that go to school and major in finance, and they know a whole lot more than I do, but I hope you know that they don't get their degree in 2 days. So hopefully you'll hear a lot of stuff, you'll retain a lot of stuff, but the bigger goal is to get you interested so that you start investing, start researching yourself, start reading yourself, and just be aware that this is important in the Christian life. So that's my goal, not for you all to be experts in investing. So let's do the introduction first. And the other thing too, again, I'm apologizing again. I just put breaks in where I think we'll need a break. I haven't really tried this format yet, doing the whole thing in one day. So we'll see how it goes. Who knows? Maybe we'll get through the whole thing today and there's nothing next week, or maybe maybe we'll have to do a longer class next week. We'll see. Sermons are a little easier to plan because you know it's just you got about half an hour and then maybe another 15 minutes when they sing the last song and you come up and you pray for something and that's it. But this is tough. It's tough to plan something that's like 10 hours. So bear with me. So the first thing, this is just the introduction. Go to the introduction, Marino, the next one. So these are common misconceptions of money. 1 Timothy 6:10. For the love of money is the root to all kinds of evil. We've heard that a million times in our Christian walk. And most of the times, it's misquoted. Well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say most of the time, but I've heard it misquoted many times where people say, well, you know, people say, well, you know, money is the root to all evil. And that's not what it says. It doesn't say money is the root to all evil. It says the love of money is the root to all evil. And actually, some versions say root to all evil. Others say root to all kinds of evil. Meaning when you love money, you're greedy, you might come up with all sorts of evil plans to get more money. So that's what this really means. Mark 10:25, it's easier for the camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. So you hear that, and the first thing you say is, this is confusing. I don't, do I even want to be rich? Now, this class is not about being rich. It's about you doing the best with what God gives you, and you doing your part. And if God blesses you, and you're a multimillionaire, well, hey, God bless you. He chose for that to be your life. If he doesn't, at least you know you did your part. That's what this is about. The easier to fit a camel through the eye of a needle, that was when he met the rich young ruler. And the rich young ruler said, what do I have to do to come into your kingdom? And he says, and he told him a few things. Keep the commandments, honor thy father and mother, do this, do that. And the guy says, I've kept all these since I was a young child. Which Ray always says is interesting, because was he lying? Is anybody really that perfect? Like he kept all the commandments since he was a child? But anyway, Jesus didn't go there. He just says, okay, well, one thing you lack, sell everything, give it to the poor, and come follow me. And then the rich young ruler said, ooh, man, I got a lot to give up. So that is more about what's more important in your life. All your riches, your money, your 401k, your retirement plan, or God. And I hope you all know the answer. The answer is God is more important than all this other stuff. Hebrews 13:5, keep your life free from love of money and be content with what you have. That one isn't perceived as negatively as the other two, because this is just saying, hey, be happy. Ray just gave a sermon on what it takes to be truly happy. But again, I just want to point out that in this version anyway, it says from love of money, not from money. I don't mean to just state the obvious, but you can't do anything without money. Like, how are you going to pay your rent or your mortgage? How are you going to buy a car? How are you even going to get to work? Like, you need money. So money in and of itself is not a bad thing. It's something that was created, who knows when they were sick of bartering, and they just said, hey, how about we create this monetary unit, and we agree, the king puts a stamp on it and says this is worth this much, and then we can trade with this instead of, I give you a chicken and you give me some wood and you give me some tools and I give you this. So money is a tool that we use for trading. So it's a good thing. Go to the next slide. So here are those verses that I just showed you. Those are verses that people usually, not usually, but have been misunderstood in the past. They're missing the real point of those verses. But let me give you some other ones. Luke 16:11. If then you have not been faithful in the unrighteous wealth, who will entrust you the true riches? So I know it's hard to understand these verses when you only read the verse, and frankly, we'd be here 7 weeks if I had to show you all the scriptures and all the context and everything. But basically, what this is saying is, there are true riches, right? Which is the things of God. This class, teaching this class, preaching on a Sunday, being a servant in the church, doing sound, anything, any way that you serve in the church. Those are true riches, right? The Bible says, set yourselves, set treasures in heaven, not here on earth where rust and moth, destroy, right? So those are true riches. But this verse is saying, if you can't even handle money, well, why should I trust you with true riches? So think about that. This is the importance of of being a good steward of the money that God gives you. And I'm sure we'll get into this, and I'm sure you guys have heard me say it a million times. Make no mistake about it, everything that you have, God gave you. God makes rich and God makes poor. We really, you have, nothing really belongs to you, because the Bible says everything belongs to God. He's just allowing us to, like, he's letting me stay in my house. He allowed me to have a job. He allowed me to save money and buy that house. When I die, that house is gone. And maybe Miguel will inherit it, maybe he'll sell it, I don't know. But you're here today, gone tomorrow, but it still belongs to God. Everything belongs to God. Proverbs 13:11. Dishonest money dwindles away, but whoever gathers money little by little makes it grow. These are just different verses I wanted to show you. There are plenty of verses on money, but I just wanted to show you one or two so that you can see that the Bible does speak of money, and therefore it is important. If the love of money is the root to all evil was the only verse we ever had, and okay, then we would all hate money and we'd serve God, and I mean, we'd be poor, but then why would these verses be in there? So these verses are in there for a reason, and believe me, these are just two. There's plenty of verses about money and good stewardship and all that stuff, but I only put these two here. And this one here, the point here is, again, the dishonest money. Look, you can, the example we use in our day and age, I mean, we live in the Northeast and it is what it is, but the example we always use is, yeah, you can go sell drugs in the corner, and yeah, you'll make a lot of money. You'll make more money than getting your first job at McDonald's. I'm talking like if you were a young person. But dishonest money dwindles away. Eventually, you're going to make a lot of money, and you're going to end up in jail or dead. Whereas this person over here, who didn't grow his money fast, just had honest job, honest work, and little by little, by the time this person is 60, they retire comfortably, and this person is still recovering, because he was in jail for a long time. So dishonest money dwindles away, but whoever gathers money little by little makes it grow. The last point on this slide is the concept of inheritance is all over the Bible. I mean, this is like, I don't want to get that deep into it, but I've preached before and used the term typology. And typology is like a foreshadowing of something, or something that stands for something else. And in the Old Testament, there was a lot of typology pointing to Jesus. Almost everything points to Jesus. Everything is like a type of Jesus. And the example I always give is Moses. Moses was a type of Jesus. When Moses was a child, what were they doing? There were too many Jews, and they wanted to kill any child under a certain age. When Jesus was born, Herod was afraid that there was a king that was going to replace him, and what did he do? You're killing all the children under a certain age. So like that's only one example of how Moses is a type of Jesus. There are many more. So inheritance is kind of a type too, because the New Testament speaks of what a great inheritance we have in Christ, but the Old Testament type, for lack of a better word, is the inheritance of land and money and all that stuff. So that's all over the Old Testament. Again, if money was such an evil thing, then why was it so sought after in inheritance in the Old Testament? They had all these laws and everything. All right, when you die, the first child gets he's the firstborn, he gets this, and the next one gets this much and this much. So again, the point is, money is important. It is all over the Bible, and there's a lot of advice in the Bible. I've done my best to pick a handful of verses on here so that you can see the good advice that you get in the Bible. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay, so this is this is important too. So now we know, all right, so money is important. And we're gonna try and teach you to be good stewards, right? But this is really important, and I hope we get this. The question is, why do we want more money? This can be a little tricky because I'm gonna read these, but if you try to give like a real spiritual answer, you might say, oh, so that I could help the poor. And that's good, and that is we will read this. But at the same time, there is absolutely nothing wrong with wanting more money because you just want a better car. Like, that's okay. The beautiful thing about God, even if we take the ultimate example of how much God requires of us versus what he gives us is tithing. And we'll get to tithing, but this is how God is. When it comes to tithing, the rule was, give me 10%. In reality, what's actually happening is everything is God's, and he's letting us keep 90%. And then we just give 10% back. The point is that God does want us to have good things, and he does want us to prosper, and he does want, like, all those things are good. And and one example of that is with tithing. He says, here, keep 90%, but let me have 10. So why do we want more money? There's nothing wrong with saying, I want to provide for my children. I want to buy them a bike. I don't know if we should all buy Lamborghinis, but but you want a nicer car. You don't want your car to be breaking down all the time. That's perfectly okay. So there's nothing wrong with that. So Ephesians 4:28, let him who stole steal no longer, but rather let him labor, let him work, working with his hands what is good. And this is the most important part of this verse, that he may have something to give him who has need. So in this verse, he's not talking about you having good things. He's saying work so that you can help those who are in need. 1 John 3:17, but if someone who is supposed to be a Christian has money enough to live well and sees his brother in need and won't help him, how can God's love be within him? So again, this is saying one of the reasons you want more money is to help your brother in need. There's 2 verses already, and there's plenty more, but I just picked a couple because we have to eat lunch and go home and all that. Proverbs 21:13, he who shuts his ears to the cries of the poor will be ignored in his own time of need. So again, the focus is on helping others, helping the poor. This should be a big reason why we want more money. I hope that our mindset when we leave here is that I want more so that I can serve better, serve people, give more. And yes, I've already stated it, and I'll state it again. There's nothing wrong with getting a new pair of jeans and buying yourself clothes, and that's all good stuff. But part of your overall plan and your mindset should be, I want to help people. Go to the next one. 1 Timothy 6:17-19. As for the rich in this present age, charge them not to be haughty, that's arrogant, you're thinking you're better than others, nor to set their hopes on the uncertainty of riches, but on God, who richly provides us with everything to enjoy. They are to do good works, to be generous and ready to share, thus storing up treasure for themselves as a good foundation for the future, so that they may take hold of that which is truly life. So again, this is saying if you're rich, don't be arrogant. Don't think I got here because I worked hard and you didn't work hard. I saved all my money and all that. Like, don't be arrogant. God gave you everything. Okay, you did your part and you took advantage of the knowledge that he gave you and all that, but God gave you all this. And this is saying, don't be arrogant. Be generous. Be ready to share. And then this statement is just what I've been saying the last few minutes. While our motivation for attaining more wealth should be to live better lives, which is fine, it should also be to be in a better position to serve God by giving to the poor and those less fortunate than us. That is, we should make more to give more. That should be your mindset. You want to make more money to give more money. Okay, so now that was like a spiritual chapter, if you will. Now we're going to go to just secular knowledge, right? Go to the next slide, Marino. This is the first thing. Oh, this froze, didn't it? Okay, I'm not going to worry about it. I'll fix it during the break. So the first thing is Proverbs 21:5. The plans of the diligent lead surely to plenty, but those of everyone who is hasty surely to poverty. One of the first slides I had up there was about planning. Again, here we have in Proverbs 21:5. God wants you to be a good planner. Things just don't happen. Yes, God does miracles and all that, but many times, even when he did actual miracles, not that he used a doctor to heal you, where he actually did a miracle, he would tell people, go to the river. Oh, put your eyes in here. Go show yourselves to the priests now. And there was still work that people had to do. So it's the same thing with money. You don't just sit back and trust God that somehow $1 million is going to fall into your lap. That's not what God wants. If that happens, hey, God bless you. You're doing all right if that happens to you. But what God wants is for you to plan, to take part. This is what being a good steward means. Those who are hasty lead surely to poverty. Hasty, doing something quickly, not thinking about something. You get into things really quickly without really planning. That's what they're saying here. When you act like that, just impulsively, without really planning, this verse is saying it surely leads to poverty. So, creating a budget is a plan. I mean, you're putting down your expenses, you're putting down your income, you're figuring things out, you're moving things around, and we can go through that. But this is a plan. You're planning for the future, and this helps you see where you're headed and how to adjust things. And again, we have a mixed crowd, and even more anybody who's going to be watching this later. So this might be really obvious to some of you, maybe not so much to others. So your budget is really a simple concept. It's just this is how much money is coming in, and this is how much money is going out. I mean, that's really all it is. How much comes in, how much goes out. Now, when you start getting into it, it can get a little complicated, and we'll try to help you with that. But it's not rocket science. What I find is that sometimes people, and I think I have this in here a lot, people I use the term fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. People like to fool themselves. And they say, I make all this much money, and I only spend this. But then at the end of the month, they have less money than they had last month. How is that possible? The only way, the only answer to that is, well, you're fooling yourself. You think you only spend this much, but you're actually spending a lot more. But you're not accounting for those expenses. With expenses, remember you have monthly expenses, you have yearly expenses, and you have unexpected expenses. And these are just examples. The yearly, look, we take vacations. So when you put Joe saying no, he doesn't take vacation. When you put a budget together, if you plan on going on vacation in July, and you're creating your budget in January, well, that has to be in your budget. Otherwise, you're going to get to July and suddenly your budget is blown out of the water because you didn't account for that. Home insurance, if you have a home, is typically not monthly. It's typically once a year, so that's something that you have to account for. And there are a few other examples. Car insurance, for example. If you pay the way I do, it's only twice a year instead of monthly. So there's a lot of expenses that are not monthly, and those are the ones that usually get you. So you got to put all that stuff in your budget. Unexpected expenses, house repairs. You know more. Looking at Joseph, he knows a lot more about this than other people. How long is your hot water heater going to last in a house, more or less? Right, so 8 years after you buy a water heater, you should be thinking, oh, I'm going to have to spend, $1,000 on a water heater this year because the last time I put it in was 8 years ago. How long does a roof last? 20 to 30. So if you bought your house and the roof was 15 years old and you've been there 15 years, you got to say to yourself, gee, I'm going to need a new roof soon. And that could be a $10,000 expense. So I'm not going to go on, but there are unexpected expenses that come up like that. What I would say to kind of argue with myself, I would say those shouldn't be unexpected. Those should be expected. You should expect those expenses. The only thing that I would say is unexpected is medical expenses, because who knows when they're going to get sick or get in an accident or all that. That is a surprise, and that's why we get insurance and all that. Okay, now your income is just your job, any interest that you get in a bank, dividends from stocks that you might own, and we'll get into dividends later if some of you don't know what that is, or maybe real estate that you own. And I know some of you might be saying, well, I have my own business. Well, yeah, but that's your job. And there are like bonds and things like that, but I'm just calling all that interest. So this is really what you have as income. Let me see if I state this on the... No, I don't. All right, go to the next slide. Remember, I said that this was supposed to be like a classroom setting, but we changed the format. So I was going to have you all create a budget for yourselves now, but we're not going to do that. But instead, let me just hear answers from you. Give me some things that go on your budget, stuff that you spend every month. Don't give me 17 answers because you know them. I want everyone to participate. Give me one. Diapers. That's a huge one, because when you're having a child, you're thinking, oh yeah, I got 20 years to save for college, and the wedding might be in 30 years. Yeah, diapers are expensive, and you got to pay for them now. What else? Groceries. Yeah, groceries. You could say diapers are just part of your grocery budget, but groceries that's the last thing that you cut out of your budget. You might not pay your mortgage before you stop eating. We're all going to eat. Wi-Fi, look, some of you might say, well, let's cut off everything that's not, absolutely necessary. In this day and age, you need Wi-Fi. If you're going to look for a job, you need Wi-Fi so that you can get on your computer and go on to Indeed and look for work and all that. Like, in this day and age, living in the Northeast, you need Wi-Fi. What else? Oh my goodness, gas. What? I work from home, but I go to the grocery store. I come here. There are certain things that they are part of your budget, and you are not going to cut them out. You can reduce them and try and save and all that stuff, but you're not going to cut it out. What else? O&R, right? People come up with all sorts of ideas like, oh no, we'll get solar panels. Yeah, you're paying 20 years for those solar panels. So any way you look at it, you're going to use energy. What else? Again, in this day and age, if you're going to be a responsible adult with a job, are you not going to have a cell phone? Everybody has a cell phone. Those are just expenses that exist now that didn't exist in the time of Jesus. Now, you could argue, well, I really need to cut down and I need to suffer and I'm going to not have a cell phone. I'm like, okay, you can do that. But it's going to be hard to communicate. There are certain things you're not going to be able to do. And the big thing for me is always looking for work. They ask you for a cell phone number, an email, this and that. So these are things that in our day and age, I wouldn't say they're absolutely necessary, but we have to be realistic. Oh, wait, go ahead. Going out to eat, oh my goodness. Now that, again, we might say that's not necessary. Because frankly, it's not. You can stay home and cook every day, but again, I want to be real with all of you. We live in the Northeast. We have busy lives where work, church, sports, the children, this and that. You're gonna eat out sometimes. You just are. So put that into your budget, and if you create a budget for that, it'll help you because you will say, hey, this is a oodles noodles night because there's 2 days left in the month and we only have $17 in our budget, so let's get the hot noodles and eat them. And so I'm not saying that you shouldn't sacrifice and suffer a little bit and all that, but I'm saying be realistic. You're gonna eat out at least once a month. Someone's gonna eat out. What else?
Rent, mortgage.
Yeah, and those are the big ones, right? Rent and mortgage. TJ. A new guitar. No, but see, yeah. So here's the thing. There are things that you are going to spend money on, and so like don't fool yourself. If you have children, come Christmas time, you're going to buy them something. You just are. My budget years ago when Miguel was little, this is, we're talking 30 years ago. My budget for Christmas was about $10 or $15 per person. Gisela had her own budget, but that was mine. And with my 2 children, nieces, nephews, whatever, it still came up to like a lot of money. So the point is, don't fool yourself. Come Christmas time, birthdays, whatever, you are going to spend money. You got invited to a wedding. What, you're going to show up without a gift? You're going to give some people do. So these are all things that you put into your budget. And you know what? If you put something in your budget and it doesn't happen that year, well, praise God, you got an extra $1,000 for the next year. That it's better to have that than the opposite, where you go way over your budget and you're expecting to have this much at the end of the year and you have this much. Yeah.
Okay, ready? YouTube TV, Hulu, Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, Paramount Plus, Netflix, Peacock, HBO Max.
For those online, Miguel is my son Miguel is rattling off all of the streaming services. I wouldn't say they're all necessary, but again, look, my daughter doesn't watch a lot of TV. We had these talks, and she sacrificed, and she's doing okay now, but she cut a lot of that stuff out. She actually did. But again, I ask you to be realistic with yourselves. If you can cut that stuff out, well, then cut it out. Go to your friend's house to watch the football game, you know. But be
Disney Plus, 'cause that's where I help you.
no, but be realistic with yourself. Set a real budget, and put all this stuff in. Everything has to go in there, even if it's stuff that you may not necessarily be using. Put it all in there, because when you create that budget and it's up here and your income's over here, like, it's telling. You say, oh, gee, you know, this is why I don't have any money in my bank account. Yeah.
Self-care, like haircuts, nails,
Yep.
things like that.
Again, for anyone watching or listening to the recording, haircuts, pedicures, manicures, clothing. I think a couple of you said that already. So all this stuff goes in your budget. Don't fool yourself, guys. Put everything in the budget to start. And then after that, when you look at your budget and you look at your income's a little easier. I mean, most of you aren't getting that much interest, so interest is going to be peanuts. Your jobs, you know how much you make. If you own real estate, you know exactly how much you make. If you don't, you don't have to worry about that. So, like, income is going to be easy. Expenses, that's the tough part. Yeah, go ahead, Miguel. Yeah, coffee, especially if you drink Starbucks. After you create your budget, this is like the first step. You got to look at your budget. Let me see if I have this on the. Wait, let me just go to the next slide. This should be like a minute. This is just a sample budget. This is a whole bunch of stuff that we already said. Charity, life insurance, hazard insurance, internet, cell phone, streaming services, car, gas and electric properties, church contributions, rent, credit cards, etc. That's more or less what a budget looks like. I don't know how tech savvy you all are. Most young people now know this stuff better than I do, and I'm a computer science major. You get yourself Microsoft Excel, you put your budget on Excel, and you can adjust it easily, and you can sum, and Excel is like the greatest tool ever, yeah.
Can you explain why vacation is there just under $200?
Yeah. Yeah, so the reason, yes. Wait, so let's see how savvy you all are. Do you know why? No, I know you know why. That's why you asked the question.
You put it down per month so that you can save for the year.
Exactly.
For the vacation.
Exactly. So if you spent $2,400 on vacation, well, you divide that by 12 or whatever, and you get $100, $200 a month. So you gotta, that's called accruing in accounting. If I didn't use the right term, I'm sure Giselle is gonna yell at me. So you start accruing things knowing that I'm eventually gonna have to pay that. So you have 200, 400, 600, 800, and then when that expense comes up, oh no, I have the money. It's already in my account. Okay, go to the next slide. This is what I want you all to remember. Don't fool yourself. Put your budget together. Go through the trouble of putting your budget together. If your expenses exceed your income, then you're living above your means. I threw this in there for what's the term? Comedic relief. But this is actually true. If your expenses exceed your income, your expenses a lot more than your income, then you're headed for a life of debt and poverty. I mean, there's no other way around that. I hope you all get that. And I don't mean in 1 month. Yeah, sure, you can have an unexpected expense comes up 1 month and you're like, oh, that set me back, $600. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just your regular expenses, no surprises. And let's say I want to see how good you are in math. This is simple math. Let's say you're making $1,000 a month. I'm just keeping it simple. And you're spending $2,000 a month. How much debt are you going to have at the end of a year? You're going to have $12,000 in debt. Now, I'm just going to give you stories here and there of people that I've actually spoken to. Don't assume it's anybody in this church, because I talk to people. I mean, people at my job make fun of me because they say I'm more their financial advisor than an IT guy. So I talk to everybody about finances and all that, so don't assume you know who these people are. But I spoke to one person, and I did the budget with them, and their expenses exceeded their income by about that much. And they had like $40,000 in debt. And they were like, I don't know how I got there. I'm like, I know exactly how you got there. Look, we just did your budget. You're spending $1,000 more than what you're making. I said, how long did it take you to get? About 3 years, right? And the person says, yeah, that's right. About 3 years. I said, well, where do you think it's going to be in 3 more years? If it, just roughly, if it was $40,000, what do you think is going to be 3 years later? $80,000. So this is like, I want to stress this. Don't fool yourself. When your expenses are more than your income, eventually it becomes $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, and before you know it, you're filing for bankruptcy. And I know people that have done this, and you know, you're starting from scratch. And I mean, look, there's always hope, but again, don't fool yourself. Work on that budget. Do the work. It does take. I don't know, how long did we take to do your budget? I don't know, an hour? Yeah, I mean, you know, it does take a little bit of time, but it's well worth it, because it's the beginning to all the stuff we're talking about. This is the first part. When you do this, you say, I know exactly how much I'm making. And another, just like word of advice, if you make your budget and you're saying, whoa, I have an extra $100 a month, that's good. If at the end of the year, you don't have $1,200, you did something wrong. Because you're saying you're making $100 a month, so then you should have $1,200 at the end of the year. The only exception is if something unexpected happened. You got sick, or, you know, an operation, things like that. But other than that, if you do a good budget, you should have that much money at the end of the year. If you don't, you did something wrong. And like, I'm not going to yell at you, because this is your budget. This is between you and God. This has nothing to do, it's not like this is a class where I'm going to be testing you next week and all that. Like, this is between you and God. You check your budget. You do the work to work on your budget. If you need help, I can help you. I've done budgets with many people. I've done this many times. But you have to put the work in, okay? Let's do tithing and giving, and then take a break. Okay, go. Oh, yeah, you're there already. All right. So the first thing in this section is this is not the prosperity gospel. And then I actually put this definition from Wikipedia in case there are some. You never know who's watching and what churches people go to and all that stuff, and they might feel a certain way if I attack their theology on prosperity. All I'm doing is I'm stating what the prosperity theology is, and I'm just telling you, this is not what this is. If you believe in that, that's between you and God. Prosperity theology, sometimes referred to as the prosperity gospel, the health and wealth gospel, or the gospel of success is a religious belief among some Christians that financial blessings and physical well-being is always, and that's the key, is always the will of God for them, and that faith, positive speech, and donations to religious causes will increase one's material wealth. I mean, that's the plain Wikipedia definition of prosperity gospel. This is not prosperity gospel. I don't believe that. And if you're here because you think that now, if I give to Cross Life Church, I'm going to be a multimillionaire, you're in the wrong place. That's not what this is about. Remember what we said a few slides ago, which is the biggest reason we want to make money is to give more money, to help people, to help your neighbor. For the 2 Timothy 4:3-4, for the time is coming when people will not endure sound teaching, but have itching ears. They will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions and will turn away from listening to the truth and wandering off into myths. This itching ears is important. That means like you're dying to hear just what you want to hear. And look, if you came here today and I was a motivational speaker and I'm saying, you're going to be a millionaire. You know, I have a BMW outside and you're going to have that BMW too. And you're going to get out of debt by next week. Like, that's all good stuff. Like, you like hearing that stuff. But that's not what we're doing here. What I'm telling you, you may not like, which is you have to put some work in. You put some work in and God will work with you. And you might retire comfortably. That's what I'm telling you. And you will have money to help people. That's what I'm promising. Not that you're going to be a multimillionaire, and for those of you who are really old, will own a mansion and a yacht. Do you know who said that? Elmer J. Fudd, right? Foxes have dens, and birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. So this prosperity gospel thing, Jesus came down to teach us how to live, and he gave everything up. He didn't come down and live the life that Solomon lived. And God is the one that blessed Solomon. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But Jesus didn't choose that. He said the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve. That should be our attitude. Next one. Bring all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house, and try me now on this, says the Lord of hosts, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven and pour out such blessings that there will not be enough room to receive it. Right? So this is Malachi 3:10. I've heard this so many times in my Christian walk, and this is typically a verse that we give when we want people to tithe, which is, that's not a bad thing. Tithing is a good thing. We want people to tithe sometimes because, we have to pay the bills. We're like, we're running low on funds. We need people to tithe. That's how we make money in a church, frankly, is by tithe, right? And it's interesting because we give Pastor Ray a salary, and that's a big part of our expenses, right? I think everyone here should do what I do and preach once in a while. Like I preached, 2 times last year or something. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to prepare a sermon. And Ray is doing this every week. So, if anyone feels a certain way about, these people are making all this money, Ray is not, he doesn't have a private jet like, some of these big televangelists have, and he doesn't have millions of dollars and fancy cars and all that stuff and $1 million worth of jewelry. I think you all know that story. But he does make a salary from us, so therefore tithes are good. And again, I just wanted to go on a little tangent there so that you can appreciate our pastor, because I've done sermons and they take a long time. It takes a long time to prepare for a sermon. TJ's back there going, because TJ's preached too. Now, this is interesting. That verse, while it's the one that's always used to get people to tithe, it almost seems like it's prosperity gospel. Because it's saying, you're not going to have enough room to store all the blessings that I'm going to give you. But listen to what it says just 2 verses later. And all nations shall call you blessed, for ye shall be a delightsome land, saith the Lord of hosts. That's Malachi 3:12. What this is saying is you tithe, the church will flourish, and we will be able to serve people, and the nations will look at our way of life and say, wow, those people are blessed. That's what this is saying, not that we're all going to be driving around in BMWs. I hope that's really clear to people. And then, again, this is still on the topic of this prosperity gospel, and I just want to make sure that you get that out of your minds. The poor widow in the Bible, for they all contributed out of their surplus, but she, out of her poverty, has put in all she had to live on. This is what they said about the poor widow. That's in Mark 12. Now, using the prosperity gospel logic, I mean, this woman gave everything she had. We should have read some verses about her being, the next Solomon, because she gave everything. But no, that's the only mention of her. You don't hear about her again. But here's where she really got blessed. This woman is an example in the Bible. 10,000 years from now, when you see this woman, you're going to go, hey, you're the woman from the Bible. You're the one that gave everything. I mean, she is truly blessed. She's blessed like for all eternity. She's an example in the Word of God. Next slide. This I already said, so I'm going to try and go a little fast so we can all take a break. Remember, everything belongs to God. Now, this section is tithing and giving. 1 Chronicles 29:11-12. Yours, O Lord, is the greatness, the power and the glory, the victory and the majesty, for all that is in heaven and in earth is yours. Yours is the kingdom, O Lord, and you are exalted as head over all. Both riches and honor come from you, and you reign over all. In your hand is power and might. In your hand is to make great and to give strength to all. The example that I like to give when it comes to everything belongs to God and us tithing, I already told you the 90%, 10%. Just imagine, Deshelle, you come to my house and you see a figurine on the shelf and you take it and say, here, Miguel, this is a gift to you. Like, do you see how silly that is? Well, that's what God is doing with us. We're giving him 10%. It all belongs to him anyway. Look, it is true that tithing is a biblical thing, and it is true that you will be blessed in some way when you tithe. The church will be blessed. So there are a lot of good things, but make no mistake about it, you're not giving God anything. You're just giving him back a little bit of everything that he gave you. Next slide. Proverbs 11:34. One gives freely, yet grows all the richer. Another withholds what he should give and only suffers want. This is a concept that I just like, I want to keep drilling this into your heads. The people that are generous, more often than not, end up being more blessed, even with actual riches. And people that are stingy end up suffering want. It's just another word of advice, practical advice from the Proverbs. I could go on and on, but I want to get to the break. Okay, all right. Next one, which is just the break slide. All right, we're going to take a quick break now. You could either eat lunch. I have seltzer water and ice. There's some chips and stuff. Now, I don't know if anyone, we said bring your own lunch or you can order pizza. Does anyone want to order pizza or go get one? I see just one hand. So, no, but you can order it now to get here, you know. Yeah. Well, I don't know because these aren't timed. I'm just, I can only tell you how many slides until the next break. Yeah, right. That's exactly right. The next break is when the pizza gets here. So why don't you guys just coordinate amongst yourselves, whoever wants pizza, and we'll take a break. At 11:23. Yeah, Marino, I don't know, it's still just going, right? No, just leave it, because you can fast forward anyway.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Interest rates, interest rates. Inflation. 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 No, look to the that one. Hello, hello. Oh, it is? Hello? No? Hello? Hello, 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 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2
Live stream. It's just not connected over there.
All right, let's go, guys. It's still on. We're still on, right, Marino? Oh, Gisela says, Marino, good job on the live stream. If Gisela's still listening, it's your son Marino doing this. And then she said, I hear Miguel Sanchez. So when you had the mic.
Hi Gisela, how are you today?
let's start. We can break whenever their pizza gets here. It's not a big deal. We can just stop. Wait, who's missing? Oh yeah. Where are Kim and Jen? Oh, well, I guess it's my fault because I didn't tell them how long the break was. When the pizza gets here, that's right. Yeah. Right. And it's okay. I can cover interest rates with Kim and Jen. Anyway, they hear it from me all the time anyway because they come to my house and I'm always bothering them. So Proverbs 20:15. There is gold and a multitude of rubies, but the lips of knowledge are a precious jewel. The only point of that verse is a point that I've already. Oh, wait, let's start. Let's stop because Kim and Jen are coming in anyway. No, come on in. We're waiting for you. You can sit back there at the table if you want, if you want to eat or whatever. I mean, we're going to break for lunch when their pizza gets here. Okay, so the only point of putting this verse is that knowledge is valuable in God's eyes. This is not only talking about knowledge of Scripture and spiritual knowledge, but just knowledge in general. Again, I know this is I'm being just extremely practical here, but even Adam and Eve had to till the ground and grow their crops and know how to feed themselves. So knowledge is a good thing. And so knowing about interest rates is it's really, really important when it comes to your finances because it's a good way to gauge what's a good investment, what's not a good investment, when you're being charged too much, etc. Without understanding interest rates, you can get bamboozled, and we'll talk about that in the next section when we get to credit cards. But first, I just want to cover interest rates. So, the first thing, the first concept is APR, annual percentage rate. And I know that I'm jumping ahead a little bit in my thought process because we're going to get to some of this later, either later today or next week. But you can easily be fooled if you don't know, if you don't understand the concept of an annual percentage rate. Miguel knows this example. I'm not going to tell you who, but we knew someone who was loaning his friend money and said, okay, I'll give you this money and you pay me back at 10%. And it sounds like a good deal, right? Because you're like, okay, well, I needed the money, I paid my bills, my good friend lent me the money, and I'm going to pay him back, and I'm going to give him 10% interest. The problem, and this is what's really funny, Miguel's already laughing. The problem is that if the deal is that they pay you back next month, well, I hope you all know that that's not an annual percentage rate of 10%. Because when banks tell you APR 6%, or cars say car loan 2.9% APR, it's always APR. You see APR everywhere. And that's the annual percentage rate. That means, by definition, is how much interest you would pay at the end of 1 year. Now, since this person was getting his money back at the end of a month, he was actually getting 120% interest. So neither of these parties did this on purpose. They just didn't know. They just, no, yeah, that's the deal. I told you 10%, here you go, 10%, and then you got your money back. But if you understand annual percentage rate, you won't get, I don't want to say cheated, because these people were not cheating each other, but you won't get cheated out of money if you understand this. With interest, you always have to consider time. And to give you an extreme example, if I say, I'm going to give you $1 million, you might go, wow, yeah, I'm going to make $1 million. But if I give that to you over 1,000,000 years, well, you're getting $1 a year. You see, so I'm just giving you that extreme example so that you can see that you always have to consider time when you're talking interest. Without time, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's like that, I give you $1 million in 1,000,000 years example. So when you hear interest rates, it's the annual percentage rate. It's how much you would make or get charged in an entire year. When they pay it out and all that, that's something different. That's how you calculate the monthly payment. But in and of itself, the annual percentage rate is how much you would make in 1 year. So in this example, let's say 3% interest compounded monthly. So what this means is that if it's $1,000, you'd multiply 1,000 by 0.03. That's 3%. If you don't know that terminology because you don't remember, I don't know, 9th grade math, don't worry about it. You'll see it on here many times. It's really easy. 3% is 0.03. So you multiply 0.03 times 1,000, and it's $30. But $30 is what you would get in an entire year. So to figure out the monthly payment, you take the $30 and divide it by 12. And so your payment, if it's something where they're charging you, it could also be something where you're making money. The payment at the end of the month is only going to be $2.50. Just a show of hands, is this like really obvious, or is anyone learning? Because we can go faster. Everyone's afraid to admit that. Did everyone already know what an annual percentage rate was? Okay, for those watching, I have shy people here. They don't want to raise their hands. Okay, so just remember this concept of annual percentage rate. The next, we'll go right into it. Go to the next one. Credit cards. I wanted to show you the interest rate slide first, because without understanding interest rates, credit cards mean absolutely nothing to you. It's just, you're completely lost. If you don't get interest rates, you're going to be charged 19, 20% on your credit card, and you're not even going to know because you're not familiar with the concept of interest rates. So that's why we did interest rates first. And before we get into the credit cards, let me just state something. Interest rate is that's how much money you're either making or how much money you're being charged. So on your mortgage, if your mortgage is 6%, okay, well then that means the bank is charging you 6%. But if you have a bank account and they're giving you, 4% interest, okay, well that's how much you're making. So the concept of an interest rate is the same for both. It's just sometimes you're paying it, other times you're receiving it. That's it. So now, with credit cards, the reason I put this up there more than anything else, because this isn't the only debt you had. You were just asking me about good debt, bad debt, and all that, which is an excellent question. But this is about, other than the example I gave before, with your friend lending you money and you paying them back at 120%. Other than that scenario, this is about the worst scenario you can have, your credit cards, having balances on your credit cards, because they charge you a lot of interest. So remember this concept of paying and getting. If you don't like math, look, I get it. I loved math, but there were people that, I don't want to hear math. You don't have to know complicated math. Just remember that when you're paying, you want a low interest rate, right? Who wants it? You don't want to pay a lot. And when you're receiving, well, you want a higher interest rate. If that's the only concept you get, then I'm good. You don't need to calculate 0.03, 0.57, leave that for the mathematicians, okay? Proverbs 22:7. The rich rules over the poor, and the borrower becomes the lender's slave. This is again straight from Proverbs, and when you owe, I want you to think about that proverb. When you owe, in that example I gave, $40,000 of debt, you're working, and you're working hard to pay the person who lent you that money, in this case, the credit card company. And in that sense, you're a slave to them. You're working hard, and all your money is going to MasterCard, I don't know, whatever credit card you have. So the rich rule over the poor, and the borrower becomes the lender's slave. Remember that concept. Deuteronomy 15:6. Excuse the different versions. I don't remember why I picked Young's literal translation for this one, but I did. For Jehovah thy God hath blessed thee as he hath spoken to thee, and thou hast lent to many nations, and thou hast not borrowed, and thou hast ruled over many nations, and over thee they do not rule. So again, this concept of whoever has more money is the one that's going to be ruling over the one who has less money, because they're the ones that are borrowing from you, and you're the one that's making interest from them. I hope you really get this concept. The less you have, the more you're paying, because you got to take things on credit, and you're paying even more. And then the more you have, the less you're paying, because I don't need to put anything on a credit card. So just remember that concept. When you don't have a lot, you end up paying more. When you have a lot, you end up paying less. And this is true even just good credit. You have really bad credit, you go for a car loan, and they'll say, your credit isn't that good. You have a credit score of, 400, so your interest rate is 6.7%. Another person comes in and go, oh, you have excellent credit. You get it at 3.2%. So they pay less. So this is something that was written, I don't know when the Proverbs were written, 2,500 years ago, and it still applies to today. A decent savings account. Now this was, wow. I updated some of these slides. I didn't update all of them, and I just realized that I created this in, it says 2024. Oh, okay. No, I did update it. All right, sorry guys. A decent savings account in 2024 pays about 4% interest. That's like now. I had to adjust this because when I first did this years ago, it was about 0.04. It was like nothing. You're getting nothing in interest. But now you're getting about 4% interest. A decent mortgage rate is about 7%. This is not really that important, but I just want you guys to get used to hearing more or less what interest rates are. When you start hearing 7%, 3%, 4%, 2%, and then you look at, remember this slide is credit cards, and then you look at your credit card and you look at the statement and you find where that annual percentage rate is, and you see 19 and sometimes 22%. I just want you to recognize that and say, oh my goodness, 22%, that's crazy. See, if I don't put things in perspective, if I don't give you like a baseline, like saying 7%, 6%, 4%, 2%, that's all normal. It's okay to pay that much. When you see the 22, that should jump out at you, and you should run. You never want to pay 22% interest on anything. Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, Miguel's excited because he can give you the mic. What's the question?
So what is the, like let's say I was gonna go and open up a new credit card.
Right.
What is like, what do, I don't know how to explain it.
What's a good interest rate?
What is a good interest, yeah.
Okay, so that's an easy question. The answer is it doesn't matter, because if you take my advice, you're always going to pay the balance on it anyway. And if you pay the full balance at the end of every month, you don't pay a penny in interest. I haven't paid a penny in credit card interest in like 40 years. I've never had credit card debt. Never. If I have the money, I put it on a credit card. If I don't, I just don't. And that's worked well for me. I mean, you know, I'm not a billionaire, but most of you know, I have a house, I have cars, I paid for my children's college and stuff. You know, I'm doing okay. I never paid a penny in interest. And right now I have absolutely no debt whatsoever, except for my mortgage, which is good debt. And there are reasons for that I don't want to get into right now. And my car loan, because they were giving me 0.9% interest. I'm like, it's a no-brainer, because I can make a lot more than that in a savings account than paying 0.9. That's nothing. So that's good debt. With credit cards, try and remember this. You should never, ever. Now, look, I know that people are in different stages of their lives, and you might be that person that already has the $40,000 in credit. I get that. So I'm not knocking anybody or anything like that. But I'm saying, ideally, this is where you want to get to. This should be your goal, to not have anything, any balance on any credit card. That should be the goal. There are other people, Dave Ramsey and other people that know a lot more than I do, and they give you strategies for paying off credit cards, and that's all fine. I encourage you to watch the videos. They give you really good strategies. But what I'm saying is that your goal, after watching all those videos on how to eliminate them, is to have no credit card debt, because you're paying. The average credit card company charges around 25% in 2024, and this one I don't even have to change the amount for the year, because it's always. Years ago, when interest rates were low, they were still charging 20-something%. And now interest rates are high, they're still charging 20-something%. They're going to make their money. Just a disclaimer, I own stock in Discover Financial Services and Visa. So you're actually paying me a little money when you pay credit card debt. But I don't want your money. I mean, I own the companies, but I wish they would go out of business. I would be happy. So that's, go to the next slide. So those are the same verses, but I have a couple of extra points here. So some of this I already said. Pay the entire balance each month to avoid paying interest. You pay no interest when you pay the balance on your credit card. And that's why I said, who cares what the interest rate is, because you're not planning on paying it. Because if you are, well then that means that we have to go backwards to the topic of the budget, and we have to figure out, why can't you pay your credit card off? Then something's wrong with your budget. And if you say, well, it's because my expenses are greater than my income, well then we have to go backwards again, and we have to say, okay, well then start cutting some of your expenses or start making more money. There was one person I spoke to a few years ago. I said, you need to get another job. There's no other way around it. You have all these expenses that you have to pay. The person had children and all that stuff, and they were making this much. And I said, I don't know what to tell you. You need to make more money. I can't help you with that. I can only help you giving you information and telling you how to invest and all that stuff. But in the end, I'm not your boss to give you a raise. Like, I hope you all understand that sometimes it takes, I need to get another job, and then we'll get into investing in yourself. That's the last, it's the point 11 on that agenda. I've told this to Adner a million times, so he knows what investing in yourself is. Another thing, try and use cards that give cash back. I mean, a lot of them do it now, but I think Discover is what started this. They would say, get 1% back, or up to 1% back on all your purchases. Look, 1%, you know, you're not gonna be a multimillionaire getting 1% back on your purchases. But for years, at least once every couple of years, I'd get like a $900 check from Discover. I mean, you have to go in and decide how to, you know, either it's a credit on your account or they send you a check or whatever. But I would get like $900 because I put everything on Discover. I pay the balance off every month. I don't pay a penny in interest, and they give me money. And hey, you know, when sometimes times are rough and you're like, ooh, hey, I got my Discover money. Some of you get that in the form of points. And points are the same thing. If you travel a lot and you get points on your credit card, that's the same thing as cash back. You're getting some credit, and instead of your airline ticket being, you know, $400, it's $250 because you used your points. So try and use cards that give you points and cash back. So now, this is tough. This is where, you know, sometimes people tell me things that Dave Ramsey says. And look, the guy's a celebrity speaker and he knows a lot more than I do, and I'm not knocking Dave Ramsey. In fact, here, I'm saying something that I think he agrees with. But I'm saying it in a slightly different way. I think, because I've never done the Dave Ramsey, but people tell me, he says, get rid of your credit cards. Yeah, just get rid of them. And the reason he says that is that he knows, and I'm praising him for this. Look, I'm a nobody to Dave Ramsey, so I doubt he's going to be listening to this ever and hear me saying his name or anything. But what I think he's saying is, look, the average person doesn't have discipline. If you had discipline, you wouldn't be in your situation. So he's saying, get rid of the cards. And, you know, that's not bad advice. I would say, you know, he's right. But here I'm saying, if you don't have the discipline to pay your balance each month, then don't use credit cards. But if you have the discipline, I mean, I've had the discipline. You know, and for, like, you do the math. If I've been doing this for 40 years, and I'm getting cash back on Discover for 40 years, and every couple of years I get $900, I mean, it's 20 times 900, I don't know, some of you do the math. That's how much money I've gotten back from Discover. So if you have the discipline, it's a good thing. Get the cards, get your points, and get your cash back and all that stuff. But I agree with Dave Ramsey. If you don't have the discipline, throw the cards away. Just throw them away. Because I think I had, I was gonna do an example with a spreadsheet, but because we changed the format, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna show you, but I'll still tell you. But I'll get to that in a second. So go to the next slide. Okay, so common strategies. Common doesn't mean good, it just means common. These are things that people do a lot. They take out a home equity loan to consolidate their credit card debt. I've heard that many times. That is, so, you know, let me just say, I got some constructive criticism on this class several times. And people have said to me, yeah, you know, this is all fine if you're starting out from scratch. But they said, but I'm already in the debt. So, you know, like, I have to get out of this. I need something. And so, like, those people would do something like this, take out a home equity loan to consolidate their debt and all that, and they're saving, you know, they're only paying 7% on the home equity instead of 25%. on $40,000, right? So, okay, that's a good strategy for that person. What I'm trying to tell you is try to never get there in the first place. And again, how do we do that? Not if you're already in debt. You know, again, there's different strategies to do that. But remember that when I first gave this, it was to a group of 30-year-olds and under. They don't have houses, mortgages, things that, you know, so I gave certain advice. And the advice I gave them was, don't get to that point. Create your budget now and start saving your money now and, you know, before you get to this point. So, but now I'm giving it to people of all different ages, so it's a little different. I get that. But in any case, this is a bad idea. It's good if you're in that situation, but I'm telling you, if that's your plan for the future, that's a bad idea, taking equity out to pay credit cards. On a different note, I'm going on a complete tangent here, but I did use home equity to pay for my children's education. That's not a bad idea because, you know, I had children at a young age. Before I knew it, I was in my 30s, and my daughter's going to college, and I'm like, oh man, you know, all my friends, they have 4-year-olds, and I got married young, had my daughter at 23, and I'm paying for college, and I'm only like 38, you know. So I took out a home equity loan to pay for college. So I'm not saying that it's always a horrible idea. Sometimes it's worth it. You know, you're making an investment in your children and all that. But if you're paying credit card debt with your house, that's a horrible idea. I hope none of you ever get to that point. Open up other credit cards at lower rates to pay off existing cards. I mean, look, again, it's the same thing. If you're already in trouble, that's not a bad idea. But what I would say, again, is try not getting to that point in the first place. Because, and this is a church, so it's never more appropriate to say this phrase that the world uses. You're robbing from Peter to pay Paul. I mean, you know, what the real issue when people say, oh, should I take this credit card and pay off these credit cards? Here's the problem that I have with that. If you didn't work on your budget and you're still spending more than what you make, you can get this new credit card and you're still accumulating debt. You're just going to accumulate debt on this credit card now. That's not the real issue. The real issue isn't consolidating debt. The real issue is that your expenses are more than your income. So that's why that was the first topic, and I'm going to keep going back to that, because if you have to open up a credit card to pay other credit cards, then something is wrong with your budget. And if something's wrong with your budget, either you're spending too much or you're not making enough, and you need a second job or learn a trade or do something, look for work, or somehow you got to get more income. This course is not about teaching you how to become a doctor, lawyer, plumber, whatever. I'm just saying, I'm trusting that you will all do that on your own. I'm just telling you what to do with what God has given you, okay? But I just have to keep going back to that. It all starts with your budget. If you have a good budget and you're disciplined and you work hard, you won't get to the point where you need to do this. Another strategy, pay more than the minimum balance to pay it off faster. Again, look, if you're in that situation and it's all you can do for now, I totally get it. And it's a good strategy. I get it. But I'm going to say the same thing I said for the other two. Try never to be in that situation. You don't want balances. Remember the 25%. And I think so I can't show you the spreadsheet now because I'd have to hook this up. That'll take too much time, and I can't put it up there. But if I were to show you a spreadsheet that says, here's $1,000, and every month they're charging you that 25%, right? So it goes up by a little bit, and then you make the minimum payment, even if you pay a little more than the minimum payment, it's $1,000 here. When you pay, let's say, $50, instead of it going down to $950, it only goes down to like $990. Because you're making a minimum payment, but they're charging you 22% or 25% or whatever. So you're paying a lot more every single month. And to pay that $1,000 off, instead of paying it off in 1 year, it'll take you like 3 years paying at that high interest rate. That's just money that you're just throwing away. Credit card debt is your enemy. Again, except for that extreme example with the getting a personal loan from your friend when neither of you understand interest rates, annual percentage rates. Credit card is the worst debt you can have. You're paying a lot more. Why not just say, you know what, I'm just not going to buy whatever I'm going to buy. And I'm going to wait, save that money first. And now, if I buy something, the big screen TV for $900, well, I'm only paying $900 for it. To give you, just to beat this into you even more, Adner, I have this cell phone. You could either pay me $400 or $700. Which one? Okay, you'd rather pay the $400. So why put it on a credit card and pay 22% and pay the $700? Like, it makes no sense whatsoever. Be patient, save your money, only spend stuff when you have the money. Even if you use the card, to get the points and all that stuff. You use the card when you know you have the money in the bank and you can pay it off. The next slide, and here goes the saying again, don't fool yourself. If you are robbing from Peter to pay Paul, then you are living above your means and you're headed for a life of poverty. I know that's, harsh, but it's the truth. If you have to do all this stuff, now that doesn't mean that you're doomed to poverty and all that. I mean, that's why we're here, to learn and adjust things and save. But if you're doing that and you don't change your behavior, I could almost guarantee you, unless you have a rich dad, you're headed for a life of poverty. And even if, don't get any ideas, even if you do have not that I'm rich, but even if you do have a dad that's well off, he may not give you any inheritance. I mean, what you may have. No, think about it. You may have expenses when you get older, medical expenses, and you might need all your money, and in the end, you might inherit, $5,000. I mean, so don't fool yourself. You can fool me, but you can't fool yourself, and you can't fool God. Always remember that. You're doing this. This is between you and God, not me. I can help you. I can try my best and all that stuff, but in the end, you're the one that has to be disciplined and do the work, create the budget. I'll do it with you. I think this is so important because I talk to a lot of people. And again, I'm not calling anybody out. I mean, the only reason I created this in the first place is that I made financial mistakes myself. And so I just don't want people to make the same mistakes I made. So I'm not knocking anyone, but I talk to a lot of people that are in their 50s and they're asking me about starting 401ks. And I'm like, yeah, you're going to retire in 3 years. Like, what do you, it's like, now you want to start a 401k? So like, again, it's never too late. And I'm glad they did start asking me about it. But most of you are not in that position. You're a lot younger. You have a lot of time. And time, we'll get to this when I get to the investing. I'm going to spend most of the time in the investing part. Time is on your side when you're young. And I'm only saying it now because when you repeat things, people remember. when you invest, I know we haven't gotten there yet, but when you invest in the stock market, in your 401k, your money can double like every 8 years or so, every 7 or 8 years. But let's say 8 years for just for this example. So that means that if let's say you're 60 years old and you have $10,000, that means when you're 68, the 10,000 will become 20,000. But now you're 68, and you want to retire, and you have $20,000. I mean, look, I'll take $20,000 if you give it to me, but that's not enough to live on. I mean, if that's your whole nest egg, you got to keep working. Now, take someone who's 20 years old, and they have, $2,000. You can, if you're 20 years old, living at home and had a summer job, you can definitely save $2,000. That's definitely possible. So at 28, do this with me, people, so that I don't have to do the math in my head that quickly. At 28, you'll have about 4,000, right? At 36, you'll have 8,000. At 44, there's pizza. There's pizza, so go get that, and we'll stop right after this. At 44, you'll have how much? 16. You have $16,000. At 52, you'll have $32,000. At 60, you'll have $64,000, right? At 68, you'll have how much? $128,000. Now look at the difference. The $128,000 who started out with $2,000 versus $20,000 when you started out with $10,000. The only difference is that this person got started a lot younger. So I'm just stressing this because I see that we have a lot of young people here. You want to get started now because that money grows over time. And I'm talking to you about long term and what you're going to have when you retire. I don't want you to have a Maserati next year. You're in the wrong place if that's what you want. I want you to be 60 years old and say, oh, I think I might retire soon. That's what I want for you. And the sooner you get started, the better. Remember that example. A little bit of money over 40 years becomes a lot of money. A lot of money over 5 years doesn't become, you get a little more, but it's just time is on your side, young people. Let's have lunch now so that they can eat their pizza and we'll, oh, look, it's perfect. The next slide was a break anyway. All right, let's eat lunch, but this time I'll tell you when we're going to come back. 12:40, you do 20 minutes? We're going pretty fast, actually, so I don't think next week is going to be that long. And even today, we might even end a little earlier. complicated, and where people have the most questions and all that stuff. So, so if I see I have 61 slides, and we're up to 24, but I don't want to stop at 30, because then that means that next week we won't have time. So I want to get most of it done today, and then we can spend more time on 401ks and stocks and investing and dividends and all that good fun stuff. All right, Marino, next slide. Okay, I know these, remember, these slides weren't meant to be shown like this. It was supposed to be a small setting, so I apologize if some of you can't read that. So the next section is don't be fooled. You could only imagine what that means and what I'm going to get into now. But let's read some of these proverbs first and then get to the topic of don't be fooled. Proverbs 12:11. Whoever works his land will have plenty of bread, but he who follows worthless pursuits lacks sense. Worthless pursuits. I know what that means nowadays. I could only imagine what it meant, 2,000 plus years ago. Proverbs 28:20. A faithful man will abound with blessings, but he who hastens to be rich will not go unpunished. Again, this idea of getting rich quick. And usually, the getting rich quick idea comes with these all sorts of schemes and pyramid schemes and give me money and you'll get this, and all those types of things are get rich quick schemes. 1 Timothy 6:9. But those who desire to be rich fall into temptation, into a snare, into many senseless and harmful desires that plunge people into ruin and destruction. So, the Bible is warning us against a few things. Trying to get rich quick, not just working for your money, but wanting to make easy money. Being fooled with, this says worthless pursuits. There's all sorts of schemes. Now, look, I know that many of us have done some of these things, and I'm not exempt from this either. People have joined pyramid schemes. They thought they were going to be rich because what they tell you is, well, you get one person to work under you and you get 10% of what they make, and then every person that works under them will give them 10%, and then they give you 10%, and before you know it, you have $7,000 of income every month because all these people are under you working. So those are the types of pyramid schemes, or one type of a scam that I'm telling you not to be fooled with. Now, I'm going to explain this and explain it mathematically. You could either follow or not follow, but I hope you'll get the point. There was an email one time. This is how long ago this was, because nowadays everything is Facebook, Instagram, memes, things like that. But back 30 years ago, all these things came to you in the form of emails. And someone said, send this email to 10 different people. And you look at the names, 4 names above yours, because a bunch of people had sent this email, had forwarded it. So it says, you pay I forget, $100 to the one person that's 4 people above you. But what will happen is, as you send it to 10 people, and then they send it to 10 people, and then they send it to 10 people, by the time you get down here, there'll be, do the math, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. you'll get $10,000. But all you got to do is give 100. Sounds like a good deal, right? You give 100, you get 10,000, right? Does anybody see a problem with that? With that, it's a form of a pyramid scheme. Only back then it was just in the form of an email. You know, it wasn't an actual job that you got. Oh wait, are we doing the microphone thing? Go ahead, Miguel, do your job.
Oh no, Kim was first.
Kim,
Go ahead, Kim.
you said what would be the problem of that?
Yeah, what's the problem with that logic? I give $100. By the time it gets 4 levels down, I get 10,000. Did I do the math right? I get
Yeah.
$10,000.
What if not everybody participates?
Okay, let's say half the people don't participate and you still get $5,000.
The person that goes first only has to split that money with themselves. Every time you go down, there's more and more people that you're sharing the money with, right? And so like you're not actually getting the full amount.
No, not necessarily, because by the time it goes 4 levels down, they're only sending you the money because you're the 4th person on that list. And so if everyone participates, now Kim already stated that you're not going to get that many people, and so you may not get 10,000, but you might get, something, right? So every one of those people are sending you $100. Okay, no, I won't make you struggle more. So here's the problem with that logic. Now this does get into a little math. Maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't. But I don't know how many of you remember exponents in math, and when something is squared, and then the term that comes out of that is, this grows exponentially. How many times have you heard that term, growing exponentially? Have you heard that term before?
Yeah.
So if you take something and you double it, and then you take that and double it again, and double it again, and double it again, it grows like incredibly fast, right? So let's just take the number 2. 2 squared is 4, which is like nothing, right? 4 squared is 16. And now you're like, 16. 16 squared is, I don't even know how much. But you can see how when you square a number over and over again, that's what it means by growing exponentially, right? So the problem with that pyramid scheme is that every next level, you're going up by 10. That's not even squared. You're going up by a factor of 10. So it only takes a few more levels before you exhaust the population of the entire planet. Do you get what I'm saying? So for 100 people to each give it to 10, it's 1,000 people in the very next level. The 1,000 goes to 10,000. Goes to 100,000, goes to 1 million, goes to 10 million, goes to 100 million, goes to, 1 billion, and there's only 7 billion people on the planet. So like, if you weren't the first one to get that email, or there's not enough people on the planet to give you that money that you said. It's more likely that only that first person got anything if people did participate in that. So that's just an example of one of the scams that existed 30 years ago. They don't do that anymore because now you don't do email, and now everything is click on this link and you get a virus and you get people hack into your account. There's different scams now, but that's just one example of one that happened probably more than 30 years ago now, I didn't get fooled. I don't know if anybody, I hope nobody got fooled with that. But those are the types of things that you should watch out for. There are a few others, like any type of pyramid scheme where you're selling a product. Look, it's okay. You can sell Avon. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's your profession and you're selling Avon, fine. But just be careful when they tell you, here, sell this product, and then get people to sell under you. And by the way, buy the products first. That's a huge red flag. You should never pay to get a job. If you have some company out here or some entity, people like to say, you know, you're going to have your own business. They'll tell you, buy all these products and then sell them and you'll make all this money. And then get people under you to sell for you. You're buying product. I mean, if I were going to give you a job, let's say I'm an electrician and I want you to work for me. Would I say, yeah, Adnan, you can work for me, but give me $2,000 first, you know, because I have expenses to cover and all that stuff, and then you can come work for me. Like, you would look at me like I had two heads. You're like, wait, what? No, I need money. I don't want to pay for a job. So if you have to pay for a job, that's a big red flag. All those pyramid schemes, they're all red flags. We can probably go on and on this topic, but just remember this. Anything that sounds too good to be true usually is too good to be true. In other words, it's not true. Okay? So don't be fooled. Go to the next slide. Some of the stuff I already said. So any get-rich-quick schemes, anything where they're telling you you're going to be rich and soon, is a scam. I mean, except for like professional athletes and stuff. Just anybody, tell me what's one of the professions where you make like the most money.
Doctor.
Doctor. Okay, so a doctor is one, right? A doctor does not get rich quick. A doctor's in school from the time that they're 17 to 21. Then they go into med school, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25. People out there working, making money. They're, you know, who knows how much debt they have because they just got out of med school. Then they start a residency. Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't know exactly how much money they make, but they're not like top surgeon yet. So by the time you start making money, you're 30-something years old. That's not get rich quick. They worked really hard for that. And sure, maybe they're rich after that, but they didn't get there easily. They weren't rich in 2 years. Like, that took a long time to get all that good information and become a good doctor. And that's true of anything. So anything, take a professional athlete. Guy comes out of college, he's 22 years old, and he gets a contract for $1 million. He didn't make that $1 million. The guy's been working out since he was 11 years old, going to after-school practices, doing that's not get rich quick. Nobody gets rich quick. The only people that do that is just by pure luck. They play the lottery and they go, hey, I won and I made $1 million. And even that, they'd probably been playing for a long time and spent a whole lot of money. So anything where you get rich quick, that's a big red flag. Pyramid schemes, I already discussed those. Prosperity gospel, there's a story I'm going to give you. It's actually funny. We were having a conversation one time about individuals. This was years ago. You guys don't know these people, so don't assume you know who I'm talking about. And somebody was into that prosperity gospel, and the idea is, give me your money, and God's going to bless you somehow. And people fall for that. They send their money in to televangelists on TV, and they're going to receive their blessing. And so one person, I was telling one person about someone, and I said, yeah, they were telling me that, you do this and you get rich and you get, God will bless you and blah, blah, blah. And the person says to me, and I'm sorry, I forgot one important part of the story. The person actually said, if you're not being blessed, if you're not rich, it's because you must be sinning. Like that was the excuse. Not that I'm draining you of all your money, but you must be sinning, and that's why you're not rich. So the other person says, well, this person must be sinning because they don't have any money. So I know I had to say that without mentioning names and all that stuff. But trust me, none of you know any of these people anyway. But the point is the prosperity gospel will have you believe that God is going to bless you if you give them money. I've seen this. I turned on flipping through channels late at night, and I saw someone actually, and I'm sure many of you have seen it, saying, send in $1,000 right now to receive your blessing. And I'm like, $1,000? Like, are you serious? To a televangelist that you don't even know? It's crazy. I already said the next one, never pay money for a job. That's a big red flag. And I already said the last one, anything that sounds too good to be true is usually too good to be true. So don't be fooled, people. Okay, so now, go to the next slide. Okay, so now we're just getting into some of that just secular knowledge. This isn't, it's not, I'm not going to find you Bible verses that talk about tax-deferred investments. But this is just good knowledge to have. It's one of the ways that you increase wealth little by little. And I repeat, one of the ways. So tax-deferred simply means you don't get taxed now. You let the money grow in an investment account, and then you get taxed later when you retire. This is important, and I know that depending on your background or whatever, you might say, well, we shouldn't get taxed at all. I actually had that discussion with someone one time who was telling me that the government has no right to tax us. And these are people from church. The government has no right to tax us, and they're trying to avoid paying taxes at whatever cost. And I'm like, dude, what? Jesus said, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and give to God what is God's. Taxes is a normal thing. It's in the Bible. It makes sense practically. That's how we pay for garbage men, policemen that protect us, firemen, the water that goes into your house. Like, taxes are a good thing. But you still want to take advantage of things in human law that are the law. And the law is that if you put money away for retirement, like, the government is doing this to get you to invest. This is for your good. So they're saying, we're not going to tax you on this money now. So that money can sit in an account for 40 years. Again, if you start when you're 20, right? It can sit in an account for 40 years, growing. And then by the time you're 60, you take the money out and use it to live on. When you're taking it out, you might say, oh, but you're still getting taxed. Yeah, that is true. You are getting taxed. But you made a whole lot of money in that 40-year period. So you're still better off having it grow, not touching it, and then getting taxed at the end than you are not putting it in there at all. Nothing grows. And at the end, you have nothing because you spent all that money. Because the fact is, if you don't have a really good plan and all that, you get money and you spend it. And that's just the fact of life. But if you put it in a tax-deferred account, you're like, I'm not going to touch that money, because not only do you have to pay the taxes when you take it out prematurely, but you have to pay, well, at least the way the law is now, you have to pay an extra 10% if you take it out before you retire. I forget, it might be before you're 59 and a half or something like that. It's like the government wants you to save your money and plan for retirement, and they penalize you if you take it out prematurely. Like at all costs, you should never take money out of your 401k. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead at saying 401k, but 401k is a type of tax-deferred investment. So the example is you earn $1,000, and let's say your tax rate is 28%. So $1,000 times 0.28 is $280, right? So your take-home pay is $720. So instead of this is the extremely simplified version because there are other taxes. There's Social Security. There's your medical benefits that come out. There's a bunch of stuff, but I'm just keeping it really simple. You make $1,000. The federal tax rate is 28%. They take $280, and you're left with $720. That's for all of us that are adults in the room. We know that you make a certain amount of money, and your paycheck is less. This is why. Now, if you put 10% into a tax-deferred account, for example, like a 401k, then the $100 is placed in an account to grow over the years, and your take-home pay would be calculated. I got to look at it on here because that is too small for me. Now your take-home pay, instead of being $720, now it's as if you made $900, and at the 28%, now it's $252, right? So you're taxed less than the $280 before, and your take-home pay is $648. Now, if you're not good at math, I don't expect you to follow all that. Just know that a portion of your money is going in this account. It hasn't been taxed, and that's why the total taxes that they take out is $252, not $280. So you're paying less taxes. Now you might say, "Oh, but my take home is $648 instead of $720." Yeah, but the money that's in that account is yours. That's not the government's money. That's your money. Your money is in that account growing now. So the only difference right now is that there's some money that's put away, and you're getting taxed a lot less, because 280 minus the 52 in one pay period is not a lot, but over time that's a lot of money. You know, the 1 year it's $200, in 4 years $400, $600, $800, $1,000. You know, like you're keeping a lot of that money that otherwise would have gone to the government. So you're keeping it. And then remember what the example that I gave about your money growing in these types of accounts. $1,000 7 years later becomes $2,000, becomes $4,000, becomes $8,000. So that's what's happening with this little bit of money that you're putting away. That's what tax deferred means. Is that clear? Or I know this is more math, and this is not easy Proverbs. It's more complicated, but does this make sense to everyone? If you can't make sense out of all this, just know this. I know people that didn't make a lot of money and just put a little bit of money away every single paycheck for 30 years. And after the 30 years, they had a nice chunk of change. And I mean several hundred thousands of dollars. I don't mean $3,000. So if you don't care for the math and all that, just remember that. You can have a lot of money in your 401k if you invest it when you're young and you let it grow. Okay, these are different. Go to the next slide. These are different types of tax deferred accounts. So 401k is what you've heard me say that many times, and that's the most common one. 401k, sometimes people use that term loosely, but for those of you who are teachers or policemen and all that stuff, the government 401k plans, it's the same concept, but they might just call it 403b or 457b. It's the same exact thing. If you don't work for the government or anything, then don't worry about the other ones. Just know when I say 401k, I mean all of these. And we'll get into what 401k is. I mean, I kind of already explained it, but we'll explain it even more. An IRA, which I believe is an internal revenue account. If I got that wrong, forgive me, but you could just Google it. An IRA is the same concept. It's tax deferred. But this is like what's available to people if they don't have 401k at their jobs. So if you don't have a 401k, you might say, well, Miguel, I don't have a 401k. They don't offer that. So how can I do this tax deferred stuff? Okay, well, the government gives you this IRA, an internal revenue account. Hopefully we'll get into this next week. It's really easy. Don't make this that complicated. You go to, I use Fidelity. You go to Fidelity, you say, I want to open an account, you put a name, password, username, whatever. They say, what type of account? You say, IRA. They ask you, what bank do you want to take this from? You put in your routing number from your bank, you throw some money in there, you have your IRA. It's really that simple. Don't make it more complicated than that. Now, once you have that IRA and you put money into it, and this is the same of 401ks too, you have to decide what to do with that money. And this is important too, and I don't expect everybody to be an expert investor or anything like that. But come talk to me or talk to anybody here who has a 401k, and they'll tell you. The mistake that I've seen people make, because they just, all this stuff is like just very confusing to them, is they say, I'm putting a whole bunch of money in my 401k. But then the investment that they choose is like fixed income. And so they're putting all this money in their 401k and they're getting like 1% interest. Look, I mean, at least it's not taxed and it's still growing a little bit. But I hope you know that example that I gave you with the 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 16,000, 32,000, that doesn't happen at 1% interest. I hope you all get that. So the point is, and you all know me, you come to my house and all that stuff, just come and ask me and I'll help you set up your 401ks. I've done it with several people already. You have to go in there and choose where you want your money to go. And just as an example, in the 401k, it might say S&P 500. Another one might say Dow whatever fund. Another one might say, U.S. bonds. Another one might say fixed income. So those are different types of accounts that you can put your money in, and some are more aggressive than others. When you're young, you want to put them in the aggressive, all in the aggressive. Now, if some of you know about investing in stock markets and all that, you might say, Miguel's giving me bad advice. He's telling me to put everything in aggressive. When the market crashes, you can lose 50% of your money. I hope this is a concept that you'll get. That is true. If you put your money in aggressive stocks, you could lose 50% of your money. I mean, I'm just being real. It's happened to me before. But here's the thing. When you're young, when you're like in your 20s, and you're starting to put money in, you're not a 60-year-old person with a pension plan and all this stuff. You're like, what are you putting in? $100? $200? Right? I mean, when you're young and starting out. So, like, you haven't accumulated enough money for that 50% drop to really affect you that much. I mean, worst case scenario, you get up to $400, it drops 50% and you're back down to $200. Look, I don't want $400 turning into $200, but that's not going to make you or break you. I mean, you spend more than that going out to dinner with your friends on a Friday night, So the time to be aggressive is when you're young. You don't have that much money anyway. Don't worry about losing a little bit of money. Now, I'm going to give you the other extreme. Now, fast forward to when you're 60. Okay, you might be saying, hey, I want to retire next year. And let's say you're 60 and you have $1 million. So now, if the market drops 50%, now you lost $500,000. So you see how when you're young, the only thing that makes sense is to be aggressive. Getting 1% when you're 23 years old, that's okay. It's a nice savings plan, but that's like putting money under your pillow. You want to put it as aggressive as possible. The older you are, the more that starts changing. When you get a lot older, you say, okay, I'll put some money in cash, some money in stocks, some money in bonds, and I'm more conservative now when I'm older. I hope you all get that, and I hope that'll take away the fear of putting money into the market when you're young, because people don't understand it, and all they hear is, I can lose all my money. And I'm just here to tell you, you don't have that much when you're young, so it doesn't matter if you lose all your money. Just go in there, because over a 10 to 15 year period, the stock market has never, ever gone down. Over a 15-year period. Now, in a 5 or 10 year period, yeah, sure, it's gone down before. The Dow Jones goes up and it goes down, and sometimes you go, we had the Great Recession in 2008 and things were tough and the market was down. That is true, that happens. But if any of you had 401ks in 2008, I hope you didn't sell, and you look at it in 2013 and you doubled your money. That's actually what happened. And you can just Google this and go to Yahoo Finance and look at a chart of the Dow, and you'll see what happened in 2008. The stocks looked like this, and then they plummeted. And then in 2014, they were up here. It was several years later, but it came back and you got a lot more. So the other concept that you should know is, when you're invested in a 401k with stocks and all that stuff, and now I want you to think about this. How often do you put money into the market when it's coming right out of your paycheck? How often? Yeah, twice a month, or every 2 weeks, or whatever your pay cycle is at your job. So twice a month, you're putting money into the market. And then 2 weeks later, you put another, whatever your amount you decide, another $100. 2 weeks later, you put another $100. So what that does is, you're getting into the market at whatever price it is at that point in time, right? So when the market starts dropping, you shouldn't panic. You should be happy, because there's money coming out of your paycheck, buying in at these low prices. And if it drops again, you put more money in 2 weeks later. And if it drops again, you're putting more money in at a low price. You know what's going to happen in that example, the 2008 to 2014? When it goes back up, now you have all this stock that you bought at these low prices because you stuck in there. You stayed in when the market was crashing. And so now, you have a lot more shares of everything, and when it goes back up, you're making a lot more money than if the market just did this, if it just went up slowly but surely. If it just does this, you buy here, 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 here. You see how you're always buying more expensive? But when it goes up and down, every time it goes down, I get happy. I'm like, oh wow, I'm getting some good prices now. Because it's going to come back eventually. It's not going to go down forever. And now, I know that this generation, I'm talking to a lot of the young people here. I know that this generation likes, apocalyptic movies, and a term nowadays is in the zombie apocalypse, right? Look, it's not that that's never happened in history, right? I'm Cuban. We certainly had a type of apocalypse in the revolution in 1950 something. There were middle class people that were working, whatever, and a revolution came, and suddenly you didn't own anything, and there was a mass exodus to the United States. So those things do happen, and I'm not saying they'll never happen. But you got to think about this. Other than an actual zombie apocalypse, right? it's like you can't go wrong by putting your money in like, I don't want to use terms that I haven't explained yet, but in big companies. You can't go wrong because when things are bad, who's going to go out of business first? A mom and pop store over here or Amazon? Amazon has, I can look it up, I don't know how much, but they probably have $15 billion in cash. They're not going out of business, but the mom and pop store can go out of business. Again, those are two extreme examples, just to let you know that where do you want to have your money invested in this so-called zombie apocalypse? You want to have it invested with Microsoft, Amazon, Walmart, all these big companies that, yeah, they might suffer and they might go down a little bit, but even if they crash 50% over a 2-year period, who do you think is going to come back? The company with $4 billion or the company with $2,000? You follow what I'm saying? So like it never makes sense to not have money in the market for fear that you might lose all your money. I hear people say that all the time. You know who loses all their money? People that try and time the market and try and, let me get out now because it's crashing. And, look, it's going, let me buy more. And they're impulsive and they're trying to get rich quick. It makes sense that the companies with billions of dollars are the ones that are going to be around after a big crash. Okay? So don't be afraid of being aggressive in your 401ks. Nadine, we can talk later. You don't have to be that aggressive. Joseph's still younger than me. You can be aggressive, I don't know. Anyone 40 and below should be aggressive. If you're 50, okay, then we can start talking with different strategies and all that. But young people, be aggressive as possible, and try and put money in big, good companies, not cheap companies. We'll get into that when it comes to investing. So anyway, that's tax deferred 401ks and IRAs. Now, here's go to the next slide. And I don't mean to state the obvious, but sometimes people hear these things, and again, if you're young, you hear it, and it kind of goes in through one ear, goes out the other, and you don't really know what it really means. When a company matches, that is really like a no-brainer. And let me put this in perspective for you. We've been talking about interest rates. And I told you that credit cards are a bad thing because what's the typical interest rate for a credit card? Give me 25%, right? A savings account, you might get about 4% now, right? So you know more or less, because of the interest rate thing, you know more or less what's a bad deal, what's a good deal, right? When a company matches your 401k, at least the percentage that they're matching, this is a test. I'm going to make you think now. What interest rate are you getting on that money that they're giving you? Some of you know it, but you're afraid that this is a trick question. Exactly. It's 100%. I mean, it's like, Jen, you want me to pay you $10 an hour, or you want me to pay you $11 an hour? Pick one. 11. Who's not going to choose the higher amount? And so when the company matches your 401k, this is a no-brainer. Take advantage of that immediately. As soon as you start working, there's no better investment except for lending your friend money at 10% per month. That's slightly better, but there's risk in that too. Your friend might not pay you back. But other than that example, there's no better investment than taking advantage of the company matching the 401k. The avoiding 28% tax. I already stated that. So let's move on. Okay, so this is a quick exercise. Go to the next slide. Remember, the format was supposed to be classroom setting, paper, pencil, and all that stuff. And so I'm not going to have you do this in your head without pencil and all that. But a person's income for the week is $1,000. If they pay 28% in taxes, how much money do they keep? Can anybody do that in their head? Yeah, I heard a few answers. I think one of them is right, 720. Yeah, so 720. The point here, like I'm just repeating what I already stated, but it's just getting you used to doing quick math and saying, oh, 28%, 2%, 5%, getting used to the percentages. The important thing is to learn these percentages, because here's another just quick point I want to make. I told you that company matching is a great investment because it's 100%, right? And a decent bank account in 2024, anyway, is 4%. Now, just FYI, I'm going to go off on a little tangent here. Interest rates may come down. If you follow the Federal Reserve, Powell is saying he's going to lower interest rates. So by the time you save money and open up a CD or something, it might not be 4%, it might be 3%. But right now, it's about 4%. So 4% is decent, 100% is great. But think about this. When you defer your taxes, that's 28%. That's a nice chunk of change that you're keeping, that you're not paying in taxes. And that's why I went over interest rates, so you can get used to what's good, what's bad. And look, and this is only the federal tax rate, because there's state taxes and the Social Security tax. And so when you take money out before they take the taxes out, you're actually saving a lot more than this. I only put the federal rate. And I know there are different federal rates and all that, but you're saving a lot of money from being taxed. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, I'm not going to go through this. This is just more calculation, the 10%, 401k, and all that. Go to the next one. Let me see, tax dividend. Okay, all right. So, so there are a couple of different tax strategies. We already went over the tax deferred. Tax deferred was the don't pay now, and you pay taxes 30 years later. And that money grows over time. But then you have a Roth IRA. So the Roth IRA is a little different. The Roth IRA is a tool that they give you, but now that's after tax money. So you get your paycheck, it's just in your bank account, that money's already been taxed, and so you're putting that in an account called a Roth IRA. The beauty with the Roth IRA is that, at least the way the law is right now, is you never pay taxes on that money again. So again, this is a great tool because that money that's in the Roth IRA is growing and growing and growing, but you never pay taxes on it again because they say, well, you already paid the taxes on it. So if you put $1,000 in and you get $2,000 out, you pay zero. You just made $1,000 tax-free. Whereas when it's not in a Roth IRA, and let's say it's not tax-deferred, it's just your regular brokerage account, you just have an account and you say, buy Walmart, and you sell Walmart a year later and you made $1,000, what happens to that $1,000 that you made selling Walmart? Do you know? You get taxed. So you make $1,000 on Walmart, they're going to tax you. And that's called a capital gain. You don't have to remember all this, but just remember the concept. That's called, you'll pay capital gains on it if it's long-term, and long-term capital gains are like, I think at the moment they're either 15 or 20%, I forget, to be honest. So you're paying, let's say 15% every time you sell a stock where you made money. You're paying 15%. With the Roth IRA, you're not paying anything. I mean, yeah, you paid taxes on that first before you put it in there, but anything that you make after that, you're not paying. So tax deferred, you don't get taxed up front. Roth IRA, you never get taxed again. Do we get that? Okay, here's one more tool that I think is great. It's just worth mentioning. I'm sure there's a lot of things out there, but these are the big ones. And this last one is great. This is a health savings account. And we should definitely pay attention to this because everyone's about to renew their health benefits for next year. Because the open enrollment for your healthcare is usually around October, November, around there. So if you have, the law now is, at least as of 2024, if you have a high deductible plan, that just means a medical plan where your deductible is $3,000 or more. You qualify to open a health savings account. This is not a flexible spending account. That's different. This is a health savings account. This health savings account is tax deductible. So in other words, you don't pay taxes now. I mean, you might pay them, but then you get them back at the end of the year. So you don't pay taxes up front, and you don't pay taxes in the end either. So you don't pay taxes up front or at the end. Remember I said tax deferred, you don't pay taxes up front. Roth IRA, you don't pay taxes on the end, right? Well, health savings account, you don't pay taxes at all, ever. The only thing is that you have to use that for medical expenses. Now, I know many of you are young and you're like, I need my money now. No, believe me, time flies. Before you know it, you're going to be my age and you're going to have a lot of medical bills. I mean, it just happens. You're 60. For some of you, think about your grandparents and their medical expenses, and especially if someone's diabetic or whatever, medical expenses add up. With this health savings account, you're using money that's never been taxed and never will be, at least the way the laws are now. I keep saying that because who knows what laws might change 10 years from now. I can't predict that. But right now, you open up a health savings account and you don't get taxed at all. That's a great investment. The other thing too is you put that money, it's just another account. So you can buy stocks in that account. And so not only are you saving, you're not paying taxes at all, but that whole example of you have $1,000 becomes $2,000, becomes $4,000, becomes $8,000. You can do that in the health savings account. Can you imagine by the time you're 60 years old, many of you, you'll have all the money you need to pay for medical expenses. And trust me, you will pay. And don't think of like a big operation and all that. I've used it for, the rules are very loose on the health savings account. Dental appointments, eyeglasses, things that your insurance doesn't cover, but anything that's considered like kind of medical, you can use it. And frankly, I'm using it right now because, we had to adjust our budget for different reasons. And I said, oh, you know what, I have a whole bunch of money in my health savings account. So I have a Visa card that's tied to my health savings account. And the last medical bill I paid, I think it was my eye appointment for like $120 or something. I just put it on my Visa. And that was money that wasn't taxed. So health account, very nice tool. I want you to learn strategies and all that stuff. Believe me, I know how this works. You're going to walk away next week. You're going to be on your computer and you're going to say, what was that Roth IRA again? I just want you to learn concepts now. When you're actually ready to do all this, come talk to me or several other people and we can help you through it. It's not that complicated. I've helped a bunch of people here open up IRAs and Roth IRAs and put money in 401ks.
I don't know if you're going to talk about it, but
Yes. Yeah. Miguel's 30 something, so that was so long ago. I didn't put it on here, but that's another one. Remember, I said there's a bunch of different tools you can use. So Miguel Sanchez, for anyone listening, asked about a college savings account. That is another tool that you can use to save on taxes. Now, in New York State, unless the law changed, because again, I did this when you were in college 10 years ago. I haven't done this in a long time, but unless the law changed, you put money in an account. It grows, well, you invest it however, right, or they invest it for you, and it grows a little bit. And then you can use that money. Now remember, you saved a little bit on taxes, and you can use that money to pay for college. Now, with the college savings plan, at least in New York State, if I'm not mistaken, you only got the deduction at the state because it's a state plan. But your state taxes are like, I don't know, what are they, 14% or something like that? Or I forget exactly what it was. So what I used to do is I didn't have a lot of my money in there because, frankly, this was a long time ago and I just didn't have that much money, so I couldn't afford to put, $15,000 in for tuition and have it grow there for 30 years. So what I would do is I would say, okay, well, I have a couple of $1,000 in this account and it's growing and all that. Oh man, here comes a $12,000 bill for SUNY Binghamton. So what I would do is I would say, okay, remember I told you I used my house as equity to pay for, so I took some of the money out, and then instead of just paying the college, I would put it in the 529, which means I saved the 14%. The percent might be wrong, but I saved the state taxes, right? And then immediately, like the next month, pay the tuition. So in effect, the only thing I did was I just took 14% off of my tuition.
That's why I asked you, you mentioned the equity, and then I figured maybe it's better just to use the equity or?
No, you do both, because why pay the 14% if they're going to give you a break on it? Like, it's a no-brainer. You do it. You put it in and you take it right out. Because the college savings plan doesn't say you have to leave it in there for 10 years. It just says you put it in, you can use it so I put it in, and like the next week I was already writing the check, for college. You know what I mean? But college savings plan is a good one. It's funny that Miguel's the only one that has like a 5-year-old, and he asked this. Now, many of you don't have kids yet, so you didn't ask that question. The next one is a Roth IRA. Let's skip that because we already went through that. Here's one that my wife added. Go forward a few. Yeah, right there. So, you guys, most of you know Giselle is a CPA. So she does a lot of taxes. Throughout the years, she did taxes for people, for small companies and all that. And she always found it interesting when people said, oh, look, I got a lot of money back. I'm getting $5,000 back. And her point was, well, it's nice to get money back, and maybe you can, you plan for that, and once a year, that's the money you use for vacation. Okay, if that's your strategy and that's your desire, there's nothing wrong with that. But just know that that's $5,000 that you're not making interest on because they're taking it out. And so it's like you're loaning the government money at 0% interest. Like you're giving them a 0% interest loan because you're saying, oh, keep my $1,000 and keep this next $1,000 and keep this next $1,000 and keep this next $1,000. And then at the end of the year, when you do your taxes, you get all your money back. And she's saying, well, that doesn't make any sense. You don't want to owe taxes at the end of the year because that gets complicated too, because then you might have to pay quarterly taxes the following year because you were under and all that. She's the accountant, not me. But the point is that you don't want to use payroll withholdings as a savings plan. Take your money. ideally, when you do the taxes at the end of the year, yeah, you'll get a little bit of money back, but you should get, $1,000 back. You should not be getting $10,000 back. That means they're withholding way too much, and that's just money that you're just not able to use. If that's the only way that you can be disciplined to save money, I'm not going to tell you not to, but I'm just telling you that's not the wisest way to save money. Make sense? Let me see. We're doing okay on time because remember my goal is to spend a lot of time on the investing part. We could either take a quick break or we can keep going. It's up to you guys. Okay, I see 2 people, 3 people, 4 people say keep going. All right, okay. So now savings and inflation. Move forward a slide. The wise store up choice food and olive oil, but fools gulp theirs down. Proverbs 21:20. What does that mean? I mean, choice food and olive oil. What is that talking about? I mean, I know I'm just giving you the one verse and you can't see the context and all that, but what do you think that's talking about? Should we all be saving up olive oil? What is it? Yeah, this is saying, look, save for a rainy day. In biblical times, you had the harvest, and they had the what do they call them? Storehouses or whatever you call them, and they filled them, and then when the harvest was over, you had food that would last you until the next harvest. This is saying is, look, save some money, save for a rainy day. That's all this is saying. It's excuse me, it's not a complicated concept. Now, in Genesis 41, we have the story of Joseph. He interprets Pharaoh's dream of 7 fat cows and 7 lean cows. Does everyone remember that story? What was, now this is not a financial question, and we are in church, and we're all churchgoers. So now I will test you. What was the point of that story with the 7 cows and 7 fat cows and 7 lean cows? Anybody remember? If we had a board with your name on it, I would put like a star on there now for giving me the good answer. So that's exactly right. So Joseph's dream, for those who couldn't hear that, was 7 fat cows are 7 years of plenty, and 7 skinny cows were 7 years of famine. And so I don't know how many of you know the rest of the story, but Pharaoh was so pleased that he said, wow, I'm going to, I'm sorry, before he was really pleased, what they did in preparation for the 7 years of famine was they stored up a lot of food. And then when they stored up all that food, I'm giving you the quick version of the story. Not only were they able to sell the food during the time of famine and make some money, but at the same time, they were able to save the lives of thousands of people because there was food to buy. So they both helped humanity and helped themselves, right? So it was a win-win situation for them because they prepared for a rainy day, the way we say it nowadays. And then there's a whole story behind Joseph and his sons and coming back, and not sons, brothers, and all that. But here, the point is to save for a rainy day. The example we gave before with the budget, expenses, and income and all that stuff, remember that point that I made. If you make your budget and you're telling yourself, I'm not going to say you're telling me, I'm saying you're telling yourself that you're saving $100 a month, then at the end of 6 months, you should have $600. If you don't, something's wrong with your budget, and you need to adjust it. Okay, just keep remembering that. Yeah, that's the same thing I said in the next point. Try and see how much money you have at the end of each month. Calculation must include incurred debt. This goes back to the question that you had before on good debt and bad debt. So when you're doing your monthly expenses, and I don't mean to be jumping around, but like you read something and it just reminds you that you forgot a point. When you're doing your monthly expenses, if you're $50,000 in student loan debt and $30,000 in credit card debt and $10,000 in car debt, like I hate to state the obvious, but all that has to be in your budget. And you're not going to pay $40,000 all at one point, right? Because why would you have gotten that much debt in the first place if you had the money, right? So that means you don't have the money. And so all that debt has to be in the budget. And hopefully with more than the minimum payment. We already discussed the minimum payments and credit cards and all that. So if you have, just to give you a silly example, you have $20,000 in credit card debt and the minimum payment is $100. Well, in your budget, I would hope you'd put $200 in there. And the other thing too is, I think it was Deschelle, was telling me one of the other financial gurus, and I think is Dave Ramsey, they give you strategies for paying off a lot of different credit cards. Use those strategies. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, one of the criticisms I got in this class is that, I only help people that are young and starting out, and I don't do anything for those that are already in trouble. Well, this is one of the things. When you're in trouble, go listen to the Dave Ramseys. They say it's like a strategy. It's like you take 1, 2, 3, 4 expenses, 4 loans that you owe, credit card, mortgage, car, whatever, and then they say take the lowest one and pay that one first. And this is tough. It's tough for me to say this, but they don't necessarily say the lowest, the one with the highest interest, because that would make sense. You pay the highest interest first because you're paying a lot of interest. No, they say pay the lowest amount, the one with the lowest principal, because they say that if this one is high interest but it's $50,000, well, you're going to be paying that off for a long time anyway. But if this one is only $1,000 left, they're saying, well, finish this one, and then you can use that money to pay the other ones. Like, don't now say, "Ooh, I paid it off. I can spend an extra $200." No, say you're not making any more money, but you're using this money to pay these. So those are strategies that these other guys give you. Look, they're fine. Those guys are smarter than I am, and I would listen to them. Okay, the last point on here. This is it's kind of funny, but again, I just want to put it in perspective for you guys. One time, a long time ago, I heard someone dear to me tell somebody else who was starting to work, and the advice they gave them was, "Hey, Jen, you're starting your job next week. I'm telling you, just save $5 a week. You'll be rich by the time you finish." And I get it. They're telling you to save, but they threw the amount out there, and that gets really. That's where it gets tricky, because I hope you know. Wait, let's do the math again. Let me just do. You can take your own calculators out if you want. Let's say there's 52 weeks in a year, times 5 is $260 in 1 year, times 40 years is $10,000. So look, I'm not saying that I don't want $10,000, but I hope you know that you need to put more than $5 a week in your 401ks. If that's what you're doing to start out, it's fine. But I hope you're not 52 and you never adjusted your 401k and you're still just putting in $5 a week. You have this high salary and you're not doing anything, So you need more than $5 a week. I know it's funny and all that, but keep that in mind. You want to put as much as possible, while at the same time having enough to live. So now here, we're going to get to inflation in a second, but let me just say this too. I don't even know if I have this on a slide, but you want to reward yourselves now. This is another concept. Steph is going to love this part. You can't take all your money and have it grow and be a multimillionaire at 63 and not have any money to live on. Like, you can't do that. You're going to have to buy a new car at some point. You're going to have birthday parties. You're going to have children. Like, you have to spend money on yourself and on your family. That's a must. It's common sense. So you can't take all your money and put it into the stock market or these tax-deferred investments where you can't touch it for 40 years. Look, I keep stressing that, but I hope you get this too, that you can't put everything in there. Otherwise, you can't live. And who cares if you're a millionaire at 60 when you have 5 kids and you live in a 1-bedroom and you eat oodles noodles every night for dinner because you can't afford everything, but you're going to have $1 million at 60 years old. You know what I mean? So you have to reward yourself as time goes on. You have to say, oh, look, I got a raise. I'm going to increase my 401k, but look, I got an extra $50 a month to spend on, my eating out budget. The next year you get another raise, whatever, you go, oh, look, maybe I can start taking vacations now. Like, you have to reward yourself. Because you don't want to go a whole lifetime. I mean, I have family members that died before 60. So you can save all that money and okay, fine, you might be okay at 60, but you didn't live. So your budget, and again, I know I'm jumping around, but going back to the budget, do not go to your budget when it looks like when the expenses are more than the income, and then take out like clothing. Like, come on, you have kids and they have school next year, you're not going to buy clothes? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You have to put some luxuries in there. And sure, you can not take a vacation 1 year, I mean, maybe even 2, but are you going to go the next 40 years without ever taking a vacation? Without ever going to, like, I don't know, Disney World or something? I mean, you have to reward yourself, so keep that in mind too. Go forward one slide. Oh, wait, no, that is. Yeah, no, that's right. That's the right slide. So in this example of Joseph interpreting the dream and all that, some fat cows, we already learned, look, save for a rainy day and all that, right? Here's just another concept that I'm throwing in there. In some cases, insurance is better than savings. So in other words, savings means you save a whole lot of money, and then when an emergency happens, you have money to pay for it. I hope you know that if you buy a house, you're not going to save enough money to pay if that house burns down. So sometimes you have to pay for insurance. Same thing with a car. You get a new car, you want to have collision on it. You want to pay insurance because at this point the risk just becomes too high. You could really go bankrupt if you own a house, you don't have fire insurance, and there's a fire. And most of us, especially when you're young and buying a house, if your mortgage if you have a $400,000 mortgage, most of us don't have $400,000 in cash when we buy that house to pay for a new house if the house burns down. So sometimes insurance does make sense. You get home insurance, and it might be, my home insurance isn't that much. It's less than $1,000 a year. And it's a necessary expense, and it's a good thing. That might apply to to other things, but just keep that in mind when you're thinking about, should I get insurance on something, or should I just say, you know what, if anything happens, I'll just pay for it. And to give you an example of when that might be, I was buying a vacuum cleaner one time, and the thing was, this was years ago. I don't even know how much they cost now, but let's say a vacuum cleaner was like $150 back then. And they said, oh, do you want to buy this 2-year warranty and blah, 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 and you'll get a completely new vacuum cleaner? I said, well, how much is the warranty? And they said, oh, for another $50. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to pay the $50. I mean, if anything happens, I'll just pay $160 again. So sometimes you might not want to pay for insurance because you can afford it. I could have afforded to pay another $200 in the rare case that it wasn't working anymore. But you can't pay, the $400,000 that it might take you to build a new house if that house burns down. Okay? So sometimes you do want insurance. The other thing with this example of the 7 fat cows and 7 skinny cows. Now this is, again, it's one of those concepts I want you to remember, because it directly relates to the stock market. I'm using the stock market. That's not the only type of investment, but even like if you talk real estate, the same concept happens in real estate. Real estate, the stock market, anything you have, investments go up and they come down, and they go up and they go down, and hopefully over time they go up, but in short periods of time the value can come down. So this lesson with the 7 fat cows and 7 skinny cows, while that was something specific to that point in time, this is really a lesson for the ages, because there are always going to be times of plenty, and the opposite. That's always going to happen. You go on to Yahoo Finance yourself, look at the Dow Jones, do a chart of it, do an all-time chart, and you'll see this: up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down for 100 years. I mean, that's what investments do. Home prices are the same. People say, oh, you can't lose money in real estate. Sure you can. Sometimes houses are worth $700,000, and then a couple of years later they might only be worth $550,000. And I mean, a few years later they might go up again, but the prices of homes goes up and down as the years go on. Same thing with stocks. The point is, there's always going to be rough times. Do you know that roughly? Now this is just a rough sample. The stock market has corrected, crashed, or whatever you want to call it, almost every 10 years. I mean, sometimes 6 years, sometimes 12 years. That's why I'm really scared right now, because we've had, we've had some corrections because of the war in Ukraine and COVID and all that. But before that, 2008 was the last time it crashed. And we went like a whole, to 220, that was 12 years without a correction. And I mean a major correction. It goes up and down, but I mean a big correction where people go, oh, I'm losing my shirt, And so stock markets will go up and down. But just know, like anything else, you always want to save for a rainy day, because the most money at this point in time, the most money I had ever made in the stock market at this point in time was 2008. Now, I lived through the stock market crash of 2000 or 1999. I forget. It crashed over several years. That's why I can't give you the exact year. But from like 99 to 2001, the market crashed, and I lost a whole lot of money, relatively speaking. Because when you're young, if you only have $5,000 and you lose $4,000, that's a lot of money. When you're a lot older, you might not care so much. It's not that much, but that's a lot of money when you're young. And I lost a lot of money back in 2000. But I learned my lesson in 2008 when the market crashed again. Now I had cash, like I had savings. I was doing what Joseph told Pharaoh to do. And because I had savings, I was able to take advantage of the big crash in 2008. I hope you get that. So it's always the right time to have savings. Proverbs 21:5, the plans of the diligent lead surely to plenty, but those of everyone who is hasty, surely to poverty. I think I already quoted this verse before. Again, we're just talking about planning. A savings plan is a plan. You're saying, this is my budget, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and I want to save $100 a month. And if that's your plan, stick to it. If it doesn't happen, you got to figure out why and adjust the plan. And remember, there are only two ways. You either spend less or make more. There's no other way. That's the only two things you can do. I just realized something. When I get to inflation. Okay, let's jump. I already talked through a lot of the next slide, so we're going to jump down to the one with 1975 and 2015, Marino. It's like 4 slides down or 5. Yep. Okay, so remember, this is savings/inflation. Now, this is, I know we're going fast, and I keep telling you guys, now this is the most important thing, everything's the most important thing. Hopefully, you'll realize that you need to know a lot. You don't have to be an expert on any of this. I just want you to hear it once so that you're aware. And then, you talk to either your own financial planner or you come talk to me or whatever, and then we can go through things in more detail. But I'm trying to cover a whole lot here. Remember, this used to be a 10-week course, and we're doing it in 2 days. But we're getting far now. Inflation. For some of the young people, do you know what inflation is? I don't know if I can consider Miguel young anymore. He's in his 30s. Is he young?
He's young, he is.
What's inflation? In your own words.
Increase in all things. Well, I'm sorry.
Okay, so in short, inflation just means that the cost of living goes up, while maybe your salary doesn't, right? So what that means is that today, I'm just making this up, today a house might be $500,000, but 5 years from now, it's $700,000. And maybe that, I can't do the math this fast, but maybe that went up 7% per year, but your salary only went up 3% per year. So you see how the expenses are going up faster than your salary. So that, in very simple terms, is inflation. The cost of living is just higher, and so you have inflation. Now, you may have heard the term a lot in the last couple of years because after the pandemic, there were just a lot of things that happened with the supply chain and all that, and so the cost of goods went up a lot, and the percentage, you have, I don't know who, the government, mathematicians, whatever, they calculate what the rate of inflation is, and the rate of inflation was at about 6%. Like a couple of years ago. Now it's back down to normal. Normal is typically from 2 to 3%. So, now this is, I want to challenge you all so that you can get this. Now, this is a math question or a question on concepts. If inflation is always at around 3%, and the interest that you get in your bank account is around, right? Inflation is 3%, and your bank account is 1%. Like, what's happening to your money? That's exactly right. Wait, I need another star for Duchelle. I'm going to put a star here. Your money is losing value. Now, I know, I just want to make a point here, because I know some of you might be saying, this is really obvious, we paid good money for this. So first of all, you didn't pay me. So you didn't pay anything. But second, this is what I want you to get, though. The point isn't to make you understand that inflation is typically higher than a savings rate, and over time your money doesn't grow. The point is this. There are people that tell me, I've been talking to people about finances for 30 years, and there are people that tell me, I don't want to put my money in the market because you could lose it. Stocks can go down and now you're losing value and all that. And what I try to tell them is, look, that is true. In a short period of time, you can lose money in the market. It's happened to me, right? So you can lose a little money in the market. Over a long period of time, chances are a decent investment will grow, and it'll grow at around 8%. On average. I've been tracking my stocks for years, and while some have grown at 20%, I mean, frankly, Amazon, I have Amazon. Amazon's grown like 20% per year for me, right? But others grow at like 3% and 4%. So when you take the average of all your good and your bad stocks, it ends up being around 8%, right? So you put your money in the market, you might make 8%. If you take it out prematurely, you might lose money because you panicked and you took it out when it was going down, right? But here's the thing, though. If you put your money in a bank account, in a regular savings account, you are definitely losing value. Definitely. That's just the way it works. Like, we don't have time to really get into the Federal Reserve and the interest rates they charge banks and what banks charge people and all that stuff. But just know that bank accounts are usually give you less than the rate of inflation. So if you want to guarantee that you will lose your money, that you will lose value, keep it in a savings account. That's a guarantee. But if you want to say, I'm going to keep it in the stock market and leave it there for a long time, I'm not going to promise you 8%, but I promise you, you won't be losing money. And here's another quick concept too. Like, if you really did lose that much money in the stock market over a 15-year period, chances are something else is going on in the world. Like, we just went to war. Like there's some other catastrophe that has happened that has caused that, and money might be the last thing on your mind if that happens. Because, we laugh, but what do you think Ukraine is going through now? You think they care about the interest rates? They're just surviving. So the point is, even in that extreme example where we're at war and there's bombs and it's the zombie apocalypse, it still makes sense to put your money in the stock market because it's not going to be worth anything anyway. You follow what I'm saying? So I know those are extreme examples, and that's all. Some of you might only remember that. But just know this, that savings accounts, you definitely lose value over time. That's a guarantee. Here's actually, I must have done this in 2015 because that's the example that I have. What I did was I Googled like average cost of car, home, this and that, And remember, this is like a national average. So like if you see 270,000, some of you might be saying, what house in Rockland is 270,000? Well, across the nation, the average back in 2015 was like $270,000 for a house. But here's the thing. In 1975, and you know, I'm a lot older than you guys. I was alive and well in 1975. In 1975, the average cost of a home was $50,000. In 2015, it's $270,000. A new car was roughly $4,000. In 2015, it was $25,000 for a decent car, not a Mercedes, and but a decent car was about $25,000. Private college, 1975, $4,000. In 2015, it was up to $40,000 for a private college, not a SUNY school. The average income in 1975 was $15,000 a year across the nation. In 2015, it was $52,000. Now, the point here is you look at the total cost of those things in 1975, and it was 4.4 times the income. But in 2015, it was 7.69 times your income. So in other words, things just got a lot more expensive in that, 20-year period or whatever. What is it, 40 year? 25, 35, 40. Yeah, in that 40-year period, things got a lot more expensive. I want you to remember this because, especially you young people, you don't know what's going to happen 40 years from now when you're going to be in my boat wanting to retire and all that. You don't know, so you want to do your best to plan for how much money you're going to need 40 years from now, not how much you're going to need next year to buy that car. You follow what I'm saying? Keep this in mind. This is inflation. Things just get more and more expensive. There is such thing as deflation. I don't even think that happened in my lifetime. I mean, it can, and I'm sure it happens in other places and all that. But for now, this is the world that we live in here in the Northeast. Okay? So just remember, go to the next slide, the recap. If you can't remember all this stuff and I just confuse you with interest rates and inflation and this and that, just remember this. Save for a rainy day. You need monthly savings. Don't tell me you're saving and you have a plan and all that, and every month you have another $100 in credit card debt. That means you're not saving. Always consider debt and non-monthly expenses. Again, $5 enough. $5 a month is not enough. It's just not. It might be enough to start out. Some of you are starting new jobs and all that, and that's fine. But I hope when you're 40, you're saving more than $5 a month. And lastly, always consider inflation, because you don't want to save for today's standards. You want to save for the standards of 30 years from now, when you're retiring. Another little comic relief. While this movie is inappropriate, we saw it a long time ago, and the Austin Powers movies, when he comes into the future, and he's like Dr. Evil, and he's saying, I want, I'm holding the world ransom, and I want $1 million, and he expect, it's like, dun, 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 and then they all start laughing, and they're like, and he goes, what's so funny? And they're like, Dr. Evil, that's not a lot of money anymore. Because he came from the past, when if you said you were a millionaire, you were set for life. But he fast forwarded, how long? He fast forwarded 30 years, and they were like, dude, that's just not a lot of money anymore, you know? So if we had that other example, you don't have to go back, Marino, but remember the car was $4,000, the average car? Imagine if you bought an expensive car back then and it was $10,000, and then today you go, hey guys, look at my $10,000 car. You'd be like, where'd you buy a car for that cheap? You see what I'm saying? So this is, while that's just comic relief, that is a really good lesson to consider. You young people are saving for the year 2050, not for 2026. Okay? Last slide on savings and inflation. Go forward a slide. Okay. Again, I should copyright this phrase. Don't fool yourself. If you are not saving money and not making investments that outpace inflation. Now remember, a savings account is an investment. And you know, there are a lot of reasons to have savings account and to have money and all that. That's all good. But if that's your only plan, right? Then you're headed for a life of poverty if you don't change that habit. So remember, if you're not saving money and not making investments that outpace inflation, well then, you see, it's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse as the years go on. And this is how people get into $20,000 of credit card debt, $40,000, even more. That's how it happens, because it just happens little by little. You know, no one with no money just gets up one day and says, I'm going to buy that car for $90,000, and then you're $90,000 in debt, and then you can't pay for it, and now you're stuck with that doesn't happen, because they wouldn't even give you the car. They wouldn't loan you the money if you didn't have the credit to do that. So, like, these things don't happen just like that. They happen over time, over 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. You start accumulating more debt, more debt, more debt. That's how they happen. It's like the what is it, is it the frog in boiling water? Is that what people say? Or lobster? I can't remember what, but some animal, they say if you put it in water and you heat it slowly, they don't realize that they're getting hot, and before you know it, they just die. Whereas if you throw them in boiling water, they're like trying to get out because they feel the heat. Well, this is what happens with debt. You don't feel it right away. No one gets into $500,000 of debt if you don't have money to get that loan approved and all that. This happens little by little. Oh, I only owe $1,000. Oh, it's $1,500 now, but you're going in the wrong direction. It's $2,000, it's $4,000, it's $6,000. Before you know it, 10 years later, you're asking yourself, how did I get into $40,000 in debt? Okay? I have a break here. Let me see. 47, 61. We were supposed to go till 3. We can do a little bit more, and that way we can spend more time on investing, on the stock market. Because it's not that that's complicated. It's really not. But I just like to spend more time on it, because there's just more to know. How do you open an account? Where do you go? What do you invest in? What types of funds are there? There's a lot of stuff in there that I'd like to cover. So even though on the agenda it's only one line, we can spend that one line can be a whole semester. You know what I mean? So it's up to you guys. I mean, if you're exhausted, we can just end now and pick it up next week, but we'll have less time to do the stocks. Or we can go a little bit more, and then we'll have more time next week. Well, definitely not past 3, because we said 10 to 3. So, and it's 2:15 now.
Do people have questions?
Because I'm not going to be here next week. Do you own Bitcoin, and why or why not?
No, no, I don't. So one, I'm going to answer this several ways. So one is I still don't fully understand Bitcoin. And I just don't like investing in things that I don't understand. And I'm an IT guy. Now, two, Bitcoin is a currency. I keep telling people this over and over again. If I take out a $20 bill, how much are you willing to pay me for that $20 bill? $20. So why are you paying so much money for Bitcoin? I just don't understand it. People say, oh, but you don't understand. See, right now it's not worth a lot, but when it starts being accepted, it's going to be worth more and this and that. I get it. I have money market funds. That's how they work and all that. But you're taking a huge risk because one risk is that the US government will just say, well, this is an illegal currency. Because one of the things that's great about Bitcoin is that you can't track it, right? And so you can get away with not paying taxes. When have you ever heard of the US government letting you have some type of investment where they don't get taxes? So you're just running a risk that your Bitcoin, instead of going up by 1,000%, like it's happened with some people, now it's going to go down by 1,000%. I have met folks that have told me, I bought some Bitcoin, thing like tripled in 2 weeks. And then I met others that said, oh, yeah, you know, I bought Bitcoin and it like quadrupled in no time and then I lost all my money. You know, the earlier you are in any type of industry, investment, whatever, the more volatility there's going to be. And so I just don't want to be the one to go and put $1,000 in Bitcoin, make it $7,000, and then it goes down to 200. You know, because that's what it's doing now. People, I mean, I can't judge people because who knows what they're going through, what's going through their minds. But I feel that people are just getting greedy. And you hear about Bitcoin millionaires, and they think that's going to be them. Do you know one person, anybody in your circle of friends and family that is retiring now because they invested in Bitcoin? So, I don't know. I stay away from it. And you know, there are some people that are risk averse, and others that aren't. And so, that same concept that I told you now with the volatility and all that, that can happen just with any company. Like you could say, take Amazon, day one. They just sold college books. You know, I'm sure one day they were $10 a share, and then they went down to $2, and people were like, is this going to work, this college books? You know, how many people you're only selling to college students, and how are you going to make money selling used books, right? And so there are those that say, well, I'm going to get in now because I know this is going to, I need. There are those that say, I'm going to get in now because this is going to take off someday, right? And then there are those that say, this might take off someday, but I don't want to take that risk now. I'll wait till they start taking off, and then I'll just buy because at that point, I already know they're a good company. So, okay, so I didn't become a multimillionaire because I didn't buy at 4 cents a share, you know, but you're still buying a good company. When I bought Amazon years ago, I thought it was expensive. I forget what I don't remember what it's split now. So Amazon split like 10 for 1, right, or something. All right, so I got to do the conversion. So I bought Amazon at the time for like $300 a share, and I thought that was a lot of money. And by the way, when I say this, I'm buying few shares. I'm not putting $40,000 into Amazon. I put a lot less than that. So I bought Amazon at $300 a share. And at that point in time, I said, I can't believe I paid that much for this stock. This is so expensive. But, this is the next big thing. So let's see what happens. I bought a few shares. I bought it at 300. That was the biggest mistake I ever made. I should have put all my money in it. Because after that, it went to like $1,500 a share from 300. And at 300, I thought it was expensive. You follow what I'm saying? So the point is, I didn't get into Amazon in the beginning. So if Bitcoin is really that good, if it goes up here and you get it when it's all stable and it's a good thing and all that, okay, well then get in then. But right now, I just don't like taking risk. And if I did buy Bitcoin, it would be like with $100. Where it's like, all right, yeah, you lose $100, we won't go out to dinner next Friday. But that's the only way I would get into that. If you meet someone who's retired because of Bitcoin, let me know. And I'll use them in my example the next time I teach this, whenever. Any other questions? I'm surprised nobody said, what's Bitcoin? So go a little longer and have more time next week for the more. All right, I see one thumbs up. We will definitely not go past 3, and it's 2:22. So, okay, invest. This is actually starting next week's topic, the investing. So the Matthew 25:14-30 is the parable of the talents. Now, the parable of the talents has a whole spiritual lesson in it. In many of the parables, they use practical examples for spiritual lessons. But I want you to get this concept. That means that those practical examples, it's almost like they're saying, well, this is common sense, but I'm going to use this to teach you a spiritual concept. But, for some of us, this is a lesson too. The practical example is like, oh, look what they said here about investing and all that. I can't. Who wants to read the parable of the talents? Okay, I won't read it. So the parable of the talents says this more or less. A master was going away on a journey, and he left his servants behind, and he said, here, have 5 talents, and you take 3 talents, and you take 1 talent. Go invest my money, do business until I get back. And then, so he went away, and they started, the guy with 5 talents went immediately and invested his money. And the guy with, I think it was 3 or 2, I don't remember, with 3 talents, he went immediately and invested his money. And the guy with 1 talent just dug his money in the ground. When the master comes back, he says, what have you done? I hope you guys can see some of the spiritual lessons here. But that's for another day. When the master comes back, he says to the one with 5 talents, okay, what did you do? And he says, here, I traded with the money changers and all that, and I have 5 talents more. So here you have 10 talents back. And he goes, oh, well done, my good and faithful servant. And the one with 3 came back and says, I invested it too. Oh, well done, my good and faithful servant. And then the one with 1 talent said, oh, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you do not sow, and blah, blah, blah. And he made excuses, and he says, but I hid your talent in the ground, and here it is, you have your money back. And then the master says to him, you wicked and slothful servant. He says, if you knew that I was a hard man, you could have at least invested my money with the bankers, and I would have at least gotten interest. Now, there's a whole spiritual lesson in that. But there's also the practical lesson of investing and at least getting, at least saving money, putting money in a savings account. That's just a practical lesson in that. In that story, that was just common sense. And they're using that for a spiritual lesson. The point here is that investing, or at least savings and getting interest, is something that in the Bible was supposed to be just common sense. So of course you want to invest in something. So what can we invest in? Everybody knows real estate. I mean, it's something easy to understand. It's practical. Everyone lives somewhere, so you can relate to it. It's, you don't have to teach someone about real estate. I mean, sure, there's a lot of stuff to know about real estate if you're going to do that as a business. But if I say to a 10-year-old, I'm going to buy a house to collect rent and make money, they understand that. If I tell them I'm going to sell some options on the IBM 100 call for, they'll be like, what in the world are you talking about? So real estate is easy to understand. It is a little complicated when you really get into it. There's a lot you need to know. But it's a form of investment. A small business is a form of investment. I mean, you start a small business and you're taking your money and you're buying tools, this and that, and maybe a property, whatever. You're buying inventory and you're selling it, and maybe systems, and you're hiring people. So a small business is an investment. Then you have CDs, bonds, treasury bills, things like that. A CD is just a certificate of deposit. That's about the safest investment you can make. You go to a bank, it's usually a little higher than a savings account, and they say, give us your money for a certain period of time. Most of the time, 3 months, 6 months, whatever. And instead of getting 4%, you'll get 5.5%. And the advantage to them is, well, they keep your money for 3 whole months, and they have a lot of time to do whatever with your money and make more money. But you're guaranteed just the interest rate that they promise you. That's a CD. CDs aren't bad. I have CDs. I wouldn't suggest you put all your money in CDs, but it's a good investment. Bonds. You loan a business, in my own words, you loan a business money, they use it to grow their business and do whatever, and they promise you a certain amount. They say, you're buying this bond for $100 and you're going to get $110 back after a certain amount of time. And there's like municipal bonds, like the city of New York will say, oh, we need to, I'm just making this up, rebuild the World Trade Center. And so we need money to do that. And so we're giving out these bonds at 5.7%. People go, ooh, hey, that's a good interest rate. So they buy those bonds and they get their money. So that's bonds. Treasury bills, the U.S. Treasury, I can't even explain this clearly, but the U.S. Treasury, you give them $10,000, they promise, well, this is what the Treasury notes are based on interest rates, and they say, we promise we're going to give you 3% back. Now, some of you might be saying, 3%? That's not that much. Yeah, but when you're older and you just don't want to lose your money and you're just trying to retire and just live off, like 3% isn't that bad. Because you're like, hey, I have this big nest egg. I don't want to lose my money in the stock market volatility. But if I can put it somewhere and just get 3%, hey, I'll do that. So that's good when you're a lot older. If you're 23, don't buy T-bills. And then there are stocks. So when we say stocks, here's what it means. There are companies. Dunkin' Donuts, for example, is a privately owned company. Dunkin' Donuts might make $1 billion a year. We have no idea. The IRS knows and their accountants know, but we don't know how much they make. They're not a public company. They're a private company, and however much money they make is just between them and the government, and that's it. and no one own shares, except the people that own the company, right? That's a private company. Now, at some point, you get companies that are starting to grow. It's a small mom and pop store, and they say, hey, we have a good thing going here. If we suddenly had, let's say, $50 million, we can start opening stores up all over the country and make even more money. So what they do is they say, okay, let's go public. And when a company goes public, now that means that some firm, helped them to go public with something that's called an IPO, initial price offering. And they said, hey, investors, everyone out there in the world, all of us, excuse me. They said, here's a new company. They're promising. Let's use Amazon, right? Amazon, some guy selling used books. He wants to go public. He thinks he can make this a big company. So a bunch of investors said, oh, okay, yeah, I might buy it. I might buy that for $5. I'll take a chance. So like you buy 1,000 shares, you buy 1,000 shares, you buy 500 shares, you buy 3 shares, you buy 10 shares, and between everyone in the country that invests, they raise whatever, $50 million. Now this small company named Amazon says, oh, now I can buy another 4 warehouses. I can buy some systems to handle all this. I can use this money to pay more people, and so the company grows and it explodes. And so that's a public company. Now they're public because all their books, they have to report to Wall Street. You can't be a public company and not tell people how much you're making. Dunkin' Donuts, they can hide their stuff. They can do, not from the government, but no one has to know how much money they're making. A public company, they have to report quarterly earnings, and this is how much we made, and they have to follow generally accepted accounting principles. I only know that because Gisella's a CPA. And they have to all report in the same way and all that. And this is how the stock market works. You compare apples to apples. Everyone reports the same way. They report quarterly. But now you're a public company, and if you mess up, shareholders can say, hey, I'm out. And people start selling, and you know what happens when everybody starts selling your stock? It's $100, it's $90, it's $82, it's $74, it's $53. Next thing you know, it's $1.20. And if you're the owner, if you were one of the original buyers, you might be out $1 million. So public companies have a responsibility to report. But remember what I said before about the zombie apocalypse. It's the big companies that are going to survive. It's the companies with $4 billion in savings that are going to survive any type of drop in the market. You get a really big drop, and a small mom and pop store might go under. Now, I know nothing about these people. I haven't spoken to them. All I know is that it was a good restaurant. Before COVID, you guys remember the Mount Ivy, not the diner, but the cafe, I think? Yeah. They're closed. They closed for COVID. They never opened again. Now, there might be different reasons. I have no idea. I really don't. But that's an example of what can happen to a small company. But look, we had 2 years of COVID. What happened to, IBM stock? It's still sky high, because I don't know how much they have, but with $50 billion in savings, you can survive. You can still continue to pay all your employees for 10 years without running out of money. So they keep going. So this is why I'm not saying you should put all your eggs in one basket. You should put all your money in one stock or anything like that. We're going to get into other tax strategies and investment strategies and all that. But you especially at a young age, you really want to own stocks. Those while you can argue that stock market, it's a bunch of greed and a lot of bad things come with the stock market. That some of that may be true, but there are there are a bunch of people that went to, like, Harvard and Yale and Cambridge and all that stuff, became CEOs, and they're running these big companies. They don't want these companies to go under. Like, they want to succeed. And so companies may go up and down, but these big companies with all these smart people, like, over a 15-year period, they're going to survive. Yeah.
Your accountant wife, I'm gonna take this time to give you a break too, so you could drink your water. Your accountant wife said that you have to correct something. It's public companies report to the SEC, not Wall Street. For those who don't know, the SEC is the Securities and Exchange Commission.
See, that's the problem when you marry a CPA. You got to be really careful with your words. I still remember her studying for her test, and we'll get into this, the last chapter, which is investing in yourself. But I still remember her studying for a test and having to memorize certain things as a CPA, and it's not like memorizing something simple like God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, and it's one verse. It's like a whole paragraph. Like, I even remember, I think the first statement, we have audited the financial statements of XYZ company and blah, and it goes on and on and on and on. Like, they had to memorize that stuff. But anyway, we'll get into that when we talk about investing in yourself. And like I said, Adner's already tired of me hearing, of me telling him that phrase, invest in yourself. So this is what stocks are. Now, real estate is a good investment. And actually, go to the next slide, Marino. Okay, so some of the benefits of real estate is that in the end, you can't really make more land. I mean, land is made, right? Because if you live in Hawaii and a volcano erupts and it goes into the ocean and it starts making rock, in 100 years, that's more land. That might be another island or something. That's how some of the islands were created in history, through volcanoes, right? But in reality, you can't create more land. So real estate is always going to be a good investment, because in the end, there's a limited amount of land on the planet. So the only time land is going to get less expensive is when we all move to Mars. So real estate is a good investment. If you do it right and all that, it's some extra income. And it puts you in a position to help people. Remember what we said way in the beginning. This is not so much about you making a lot more money for yourself. This is about putting you in a position to help people. When you own real estate, you can help people. You can. There's always somebody looking for a home. There's someone getting kicked out. There's always, you just have options available to you when you own real estate. Now, if you have money, you can't do the same thing. Like, you can say, oh, don't worry, I'll help you pay for your rent. But in the end, you still have to find something. When you own the real estate, let's just say you were a big developer in, Manhattan, and you had 20 buildings. I'm sure in an emergency in your church and someone says, I'm getting kicked out, I need to play, you can say, okay, I have an apartment opening up, and you can stay there for now. And so you're in a position to help people. But here are things to consider. And like, I put benefits, and usually, you put pros and cons, but I didn't want to put cons, because these aren't cons. These are just things to consider. Like, you have to do a little bit of work to do these things. Real estate requires a large upfront investment. Now, remember that. It's not that easy. I talk to a lot of young people, and they're starting their lives, and they're saving money, and they go, I'm going to invest in real estate. And I'm like, okay, you have $50,000? You know, you can't invest in real estate with $500. Despite what that guy selling you the books for $300 will tell you that you can buy real estate for $1. For the most part, you need money to buy real estate, and it usually takes a big upfront investment. It requires time. You have to, and I know some of you that are more savvy will say, oh, you just get a management company to do this. Collect rent, trips to the bank. I mean, every time you get a check in the mail from your tenants, you got to deposit that check. Now, granted, when I wrote this, you had to deposit, but now, yeah, I see Joseph, now you can do mobile deposits. So that's still easy. But still, you know, imagine having a 20-story, a 20-apartment building in the Bronx, and you get 20 checks. That's 20 checks that you got to sit there and doing the mobile deposit on and record it and all that. You know, there's bookkeeping, there repairs. Something's always going wrong in a big building. It's just, I mean, it just happens. So you either get a management company or you spend a lot of time. And if you get the management company, well, then it's not as lucrative because, well, you have to pay them, which is it's a good thing. You're stimulating the economy. They have to work too. They have to feed their families too. So these are all good things, but that's why I just said these are things to consider. Real estate is not liquid. In case some of you aren't familiar with that term, liquid is something that you can get quickly. So your savings account, that's liquid. You go to the bank, you take your money out, and you can spend it. Real estate, if you want to sell it, you got to get a real estate agent. You got to call a lawyer. You got to get an appraiser. You know, you have to either go there and give someone the keys or set up a lockbox, or, you know, like, there's just a lot of stuff to do. And then, for those of you that are older, can you sell real estate in 3 days? I mean, just more or less, roughly, just give me any number. How long does it take to sell real estate? Yeah, it could be 3 months, it could be 6 months. Like, it takes a long time. On the other hand, if you have not this, I'm not comparing real estate to stocks, but just to put it in perspective for you, if you own a stock and you want to sell it, the only thing you need to do is wait till the market opens on Monday. You go click, 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 sell, and 3 days later, the money is in your account. So stocks, it takes you 3 days, maybe 5 days if you think about it on a Friday afternoon, right after the market closes. You have to wait until Monday, and then it's in your account like Tuesday, Wednesday, or something like that. But real estate, if you need your money, you know, you're waiting up to 6 months for your money. So real estate is not liquid. Next one, this is pretty obvious too. The small businesses. One of the big benefits is, now profit is not the same as like revenue. Profit is after all your expenses, how much more did you have left? That's your profit, right? The good thing with a small business is, well, it's your business. So if you make $1 million, well, then you just made $1 million. Whereas when you work at a job, if my company makes $10 million extra in 1 year, my salary is still the same. Yeah, I mean, they might give bonuses, Christmas bonuses, if they're good, bosses. But for the most part, your salary is your salary, and you're waiting for your little 3% raise next year. But in a small business, hey, it's all yours. Again, and this is key, a small business puts you in a position to help people. I know people with small businesses, and sometimes they hire people that cannot be hired anywhere else. Let me put it to you that way. But they're in a position to help, and almost at the expense of their business. But still, they're helping people. I can help people a little bit at my job because I might say, send me your resume and I'll put in a good word for you. But in the end, you still got to go to the interview. They still have to like you. I don't have that much pull at my job. But when it's your business, you can say, don't worry, Adner, you're coming to work for me starting Monday. Here's your salary. No interview, no suit, no nothing. You just show up, and you can do that. So that's a good thing with business, with a small business. Things to consider. It requires a large initial investment. It's funny, and I'm sure you can relate to this. People think, oh, just become a handyman. Just start your own little construction business. Look, I know this because I've done work on my own house. Tools cost a lot of money. I mean, I don't have all the prices of tools memorized, but like one circular saw, it could be like $200. And that's only one tool. I know one of those good plumber's wrenches, the long ones. Those things are like $25. I went to buy one in Puerto Rico. I thought it was going to be $2.99. I'm like, this thing, like those things are expensive. So imagine I only gave you 2 tools, and we're already up to like $270. So you got to buy this and you buy that, and before you know it, then you go, where am I going to put all these tools? How am I going to send it? How am I going to take this to the? Oh, I need a van. Oh, okay, the van is $30,000. So people think that it's really easy to start a small business. It's not. It's a big investment. The other thing is, this is depending on your situation. It could be risky, because if you have a job, well, you're leaving your job to go to take a chance in owning your own business. So if the business fails, now it's like, is your boss going to take you back? Maybe. So it's a little risky. But again, this isn't a con. These are just things to consider. And then there's all this other stuff that I'm sure is obvious to some of you. There's overhead. You got to pay salaries, and you might have to pay insurance. So there's a lot of costs that go into starting your own business. And we're going to go for about 10 more minutes. But since it started raining a lot now, I don't know, maybe you guys don't want to leave, but we could hear the rain outside. Okay, so CDs, go to the next slide. CDs, bonds, treasury bills, etc. The benefits are, look, they're easy to invest in. It's low risk. Those are great when the stock market crashes. Look, the stock market crashes, and you have a treasury bill at 3%. You're still getting your 3%, and you don't lose any money. So there are some advantages to these types of investments. But again, things to consider. Well, they're not that lucrative. I don't. Again, like the Bitcoin example, I don't know one person that I've ever met in my life that said, I made my millions in treasury bills. Yeah, that just doesn't happen. Those are people that have already made millions and are now saying, I'm going to buy treasury bills because it's a safe investment. And these are not always liquid. Bonds, CDs, you might have to wait 3 months, 6 months, a year, so you can't use your money right away. Stocks, and we're probably going to stop. Okay, so this will be the last slide. Go to stocks, Marino. Just the next slide. Okay, this is the last slide, and then we'll all get wet in the rain. So this is where most people, and this is what I wanted to spend a lot of time on next week, but I'm going to start it this week, and we'll continue next week. So remember, I said a 401k is just the type of account. It's just like saying you're going to put your money in TD Bank. Only it's another institution that holds your money, and they take it out of your paycheck. But it's still just a type of account. Same with 403B, same with IRAs, same with Roth IRAs. They're just categories of accounts. But in the end, it's just money that you have somewhere. Someone is holding that money for you, and it's up to you to decide what to do with that money. I want to make sure you get that, because I've spoken to people where they say, you're saying I get 8% in the stock market over a long period of time. I've had my 401k for a long time and it doesn't grow at all. Only the money that I keep putting into it. And I say, well, when I took a look at it, they had it all in fixed income. So they didn't have their money in the stock market. They had it in a 401k, but it wasn't in the stock market. It was just in a fixed income, like a bank account. So, I mean, that's fine. They weren't losing money. And over time, it grows because you put more money in every week. But that is not how you double your money every 8 years or so. You have to go into these accounts and put the money in something else, in stocks. So that's one thing with the 401ks, IRAs, and all that stuff. Then you have other concepts like mutual funds and exchange traded funds. So a mutual fund is like another account where it's not necessarily an account, but it's another tool where you just give them the money, and then it's as if you own a stock. The value goes up, it goes down, you might get dividends. It's just like owning another stock. The only difference with a mutual fund is that there's a mutual fund manager, and this manager invests your money and everybody else's money. So this person might manage $5 billion in assets. And it's because he has $1,000 from you, $1,000 from you, $500 from you, $7,000 from you, $4,000 from, so he takes money from everybody in the country who invests in that mutual fund, and they invest it in the stock market. And then collectively, if he makes 10%, okay, well, you all made 10% on your money. That's a mutual fund. Mutual funds are beneficial, one, because that mutual fund manager knows more about stocks than you and I do, and chances are he's going to do a better job investing it. He or she is going to do a better job investing it. So a mutual fund is a good thing. You let them manage your money. Let them go and, these are experts that went to all these, good schools and know how to do this. So you buy a mutual fund and they do it for you. There's another advantage, but I'm not going to get to it yet. We'll get to it next week because we have to wrap up. An exchange traded fund is almost the exact same thing as a mutual fund. I know some of you are going to say, I don't know what Miguel's talking about. He's talking about mutual fund, exchange traded funds. Look, it's just another place to put your money. The only reason there's two different categories is that the mutual fund, by law, a certain amount of that money has to be invested in what they told you they were going to invest in. So if a mutual fund says, hey, here's a mutual fund, I'm going to invest in drug manufacturers. That's just an example there, right? Well, then I don't remember the amounts. I think it's different anyway, but like that means that like 90% of their investments have to be in companies that are in drug manufacturing. There's always a little bit where they can buy anything they want just to, I don't even know why. But for the most part, by law, they're promising you that we're a drug manufacturer mutual fund. So therefore, if you want to get into that business, but you're not quite sure what company to buy and all that, buy our mutual fund and you're in all of them. And they go and they might buy 100 different drug manufacturers. But it's all in that type of a stock. Now, the only difference between that and an ETF is that the ETF just says, well, I'm not going to tell you which stocks I'm going to buy. I'm going to tell you what industry I'm in. And this ETF says, I'm in the drug industry, and so I'm going to buy a whole bunch of drug companies and healthcare companies and whatever. And so, but it's really like the same thing, because this one, the ETF, while it's the same thing as a mutual fund, the big difference is that the mutual fund, the manager says, hey, I'm going to pick the best stocks in this industry. So there's some managing involved. The ETF says, no, I'm just going to buy all of them. I'm not going to worry about which ones are better or worse. Now, you might say, well, this guy's better, right? Because he's doing analysis and he's, picking the best stocks and all that. But, the catch is this guy only charges you 0.02% for his service, and this one charges you, maybe 0.8% for his service. So you pay a little more for the mutual fund. Typically, you'll make a little more, but I'm just, being frank, but you pay a little more too, and you can see what the pay ratio is when you go to buy these different stocks. But I know that's a lot of fancy financial talk and all that. Just know that mutual funds and ETFs is a good way to go in with a little bit of money and immediately own like 50 companies. If you're buying those 50 companies on your own, that's a lot of work. I mean, you got to go in and you got to say, buy United Healthcare, 10 shares. Buy Humana. Buy Cigna. Buy this, buy this, buy this, buy Amgen. And you got to go in and buy 50 times. With the mutual fund, you're like, oh, this guy, Miguel Sanchez, is the mutual fund manager, and I'm just going to buy that fund, and immediately I own 50 companies. So that's a good thing with mutual funds and ETFs. Hedge funds is just something that you hear a lot. I know we got 3 minutes. So I'm just going to say the only difference between hedge funds and these other ones is that hedge funds, these guys make billions because, frankly, they can invest in whatever they want. And so because they're expert investors and they can invest in whatever they want, and they're not held to this industry or that industry, they go, nope, I think that company's going to be great. This one, this one, this one, this one. I'm going to make you guys a lot of money. And so that's a hedge fund. But, of course, there's risk. There's more risk involved in those. And then an individual brokerage account, again, is just a type of account. When Miguel was like, I don't even remember, 20 years old, I told him and his cousin what an individual brokerage account was, and in 20 minutes, they had brokerage accounts open. I mean, it's not that complicated. You go on, you give your social security number, you give your name, you create a password, you have the account, and suddenly, you fund it, you throw, at that age, you throw $500 into it that you had savings from your summer job, and you go, there you go. Now you have $500 in an individual brokerage account, and you can start trading. I mean, you can't do much with $500, but you get the point. Like, it's something really easy to do. So the individual brokerage account is just another type of account. You can, in that individual brokerage account, you can buy mutual funds, and you can buy ETFs, and you can buy Walmart, and you can buy Starbucks, and you can buy all sorts of individual stocks in that individual brokerage account. But remember, the same concept as the 401k. If you put money in that individual brokerage account and you don't buy anything, well, then you just have money sitting there. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world because you're still saving money, but it's not making any money. It's just sitting there. So that's the last thing I want to say. That's what I'm going to leave you with today. Okay? We'll just have a few more questions. And know that we're going to cover this again next week because this is what's more, it's more, it's not complicated. It's more intimidating to people when you start talking stocks and all this stuff. Any questions before we turn the video off? I know it's 3 o'clock already. Next week should be a lot shorter, by the way, because we covered almost everything. We're, just to let you know, we're on slide, I mean, I know there's some break slides, but we're on slide 52 of 61. So you know next week's going to be a lot shorter. There's going to be more questions next week. Yes. No.
So after taking in all of this information, and when I go home today, what should be like the first thing I do? Make my budget?
No, cook for your dad and invite him over.
That's not in my budget.
No, but no, I said this, I said this several times today, and hopefully by repeating things. If all else fails, don't worry about mutual funds, ETFs, because frankly, you might not be ready to invest in that anyway. I mean, we're covering it, and I can do it with you individually at any time and all that, but you might not be ready for that yet. Right now, the next step is that budget. Now, if you already have a budget and all that, you're like, Miguel, I'm way ahead of you, let's talk, and we can talk about other stuff, but if you don't have a budget, that is the next step. Create that budget. Remember, don't fool yourself. If you're not saving money every month, there's something wrong with your budget. You gonna ask something? Okay, then that's it. Wait, who's gonna work on their budget and have one by next week? Wait. Let me say this. Who's not gonna have a budget next week? All right, that's good. Nobody raised their hand. That's step number one, people. Create your budgets.
Yeah, you heard it. TJ said Esme's not going to have a budget.